Let's start this afternoon session. My name is Marcelo Knobel. I'm the Executive Director of TWAS. I'm very glad to be here with you today. I will start by a little bit trying to set the tone of these discussions of these days, and especially in this session. I will start a presentation that it was supposed to be Professor Carlos Henrique de Brito Cruz, who is a TWAS fellow. He is now in the UK, but he couldn't, unfortunately, come in the last minute, and he asked me to show these data that are really, really interesting to this session and to this conference. So let's start. Brito prepared this interesting set of data. He is now the director of research networks, senior vice president of research networks at Elsevier, and he made very interesting collection of data from Scopus. So I'm not able to. We are fixing. So if you can manually set the next one so that I start. The idea of these presentations is that the capacity building indeed bears fruits. Growth in the number of authors, as mentioned today by Ilan, it's in the low and middle income countries is 10% by year, while in the high income countries this growth is about 5% per year. So we as low and middle income countries are becoming competitive in research, identifying own opportunities, training professionals in many levels. Next, please, can you? So, one of the main drivers of growth in the number of published articles is the increase in the number of authors. So, you can see here the number of authors in red, the number of articles in blue, and of course, it's an exponential growth all over the world. But the interesting thing is that most of these authors are growing in what's so-called global south. So you can see the growth in red in the low and middle income countries, in the number of research articles, and the high income countries. And you can see, if we put this data on a percentage scale, it's even more impressive. So you see here that now, in 2024, we have 60% of the research articles published in low and middle income countries, while the 40% of the high income countries. So the idea is to show that really the geography of research is changing. Many people can say, okay, there is a growth, an impressive growth by China. Of course, we know very well that China is growing very fast. But if we exclude China from this study, we also have the same approach. So take a look. This is very interesting data that the European Union plus United Kingdom in blue, and here we have the 28 largest low and middle income countries, excluding China. So we are even excluding China, we have been growing more than the high-income countries. I mention we because I am from Brazil, and we are included in this data. So, of course, this is related to capacity building in these countries that has been growing very much. Sorry, Alemania here is Germany. It's the only one here left in Portuguese. But you can see that there is a huge increase in China in the degrees, doctoral degrees awarded, but of course, all the other countries are growing so much. If you compare 1990, and this is 2 days ago in the terms of science and the world. So you see Brazil here, China, India, and you compare with 2022, you see that Brazil, for example, has now the exact same number of doctorates awarded as UK, similar to Germany, similar to India. So this capacity building is an important driver of this change of change. So 60%, I say 59% of the articles related, also very important topics related to SDGs are from low and middle income countries. This is also a very important part of this study, that we develop research, socially oriented research. For example, the SDG 2, which is zero hunger, you have even more a strength in the Global South related to this topic. So you can see that really the geography of research is changing. You can see here the percentage of authors in high-income countries and low and medium-income countries, and you see clearly a change of this trend. And this is really amazing because this is some data that nobody is talking about. So now we have, to conclude, so it's really to set the tone. This is a result of decades of capacity building in and mostly by low, middle income countries. The growth of number of authors is reasonably well matched by the growth of citations in the SDG. I don't have time to mention, but the quality, the impact of these papers are really growing as well. And the increase and the number of quantity of researchers in all fields working in low and middle income countries allows for a much more inclusive discussion. We have to learn from each other, from what are the best experiences. It's more important to have South-South collaboration. It's more important to have varied bibliography by authors working in low and middle income countries. And of course, we have to have more voice in international committees, editorial boards, colleges of reviewers of journals, professional society, in the whole science endeavor. The changes in the geography of research impact research collaboration. The collaboration with low and middle income countries is not eligible anymore. It's a necessity for faster and better advancement of knowledge. More ideas from low and middle income countries is more knowledge connected to local experience, more agency in agenda definition. So we have to lead the agenda's definition as well. So the participation by low and middle income countries in science enterprise worldwide, the governments, the guidance, norm setting, publishing, international council, academic freedom, security, everything. We need more actors, more researchers from the low and middle income countries. So, of course, there are still many challenges, many problems, but we have to keep this momentum, to keep this pace in order to adapt, to improve, and to grow. So that's the idea of setting some numbers to set up the discussion. And now I call Elena Nader, Professor Chowdhury, that will be the co-chairs of this session. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, distinguished panelists, let me say what Professor Marcelo has actually set the stage is an absolutely wonderful start. And I wish to remind you of a very eminent scientist, mathematician, Professor Jacob Pallis, Jr. He was the president of TWAS, the director of PIMPA, and an eminent scholar of great future vision. He used to say that it's not only North-South collaboration which is important, but South-South collaboration is equally important. I remember that I worked with him on a global capacity building study which we have conducted with for National Academy of Sciences of USA. And his foreword was amazing. He said that this symmetry between the South is going to be a major impediment at some point of time. Of course, this creates a greater mobility between the South, but he used to believe on capacity building in every country, big or small. I think this is what Marcelo has mentioned, giving the example of publications, and these are the most important indicators. I also wish to remind you of Professor Salam, what he used to say, the difference between developing world and developed world is not the wealth or capital, it is the knowledge. And this is exactly what we are going to discuss today in this extremely important session when we talk about the science and with the changing geography of science in the context of middle and low income countries. With my very distinguished colleague, Professor Dr. Helena, I would really be co-chairing this session, and let me have the honor of inviting the first speaker. So we have 4 panelists, and what we have discussed that we would have a brief presentation from their side, a discussion, and then we will open the session because we have been hearing these wonderful speeches this morning, and I'm sure that we all have benefited, but this is the time for us to interact and to contribute. And this extremely important session, the first speaker is Lida Brito. We have benefited from her excellent presentation this morning, Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences, UNESCO. Lida, please, you're invited. Yeah, I think they're going to be much better that we invite all the panelists. Luis Manuel Rebelo Fernandez, Deputy Minister of Science and Technology Innovation, Brazil. Professor Kisa Bahri, recipient of 2025 TWAS Medal Lecture, former Minister of Agriculture, Water Resources and Fisheries of Tunisia. Is she around? And Professor Mario Fresta, Director General, Foundation of Scientific and Technological Development, Angola.
Thank you. Yes, we are a little bit far. Thank you very much, and again, really a pleasure, Vice Minister, to see you here. And I want to thank Marcelo and Carlos Brito for the PowerPoint presented, and it felt in my first point, really capacity building matters. And if the South wants to take science seriously, capacity building programs, strengthening our research universities, really investing in the research community from young to older, the quality of our research universities, it's fundamental. And the truth is, as I said this morning, these numbers are very nice, but they are all low and middle income together. If we put by countries, and we saw a little bit of data, and we see that some countries are indeed advancing, such as China, India, Brazil, and they are making that change. But if we look to other countries in the South, that change is not happening. And I come from one of these countries, and I can tell you it's going worse because we are investing less and less in scientific capacity building, and we are investing less and less in our universities and our research centers. So the first is that the capacity gap remains, and is serious. And we cannot speak that the South now is taking over. No. A few very smart, very strategic countries in the middle income level that have been investing decades. It's not 1 year, 2 years, it's decades. If you look to the investments of China, of Brazil, of India in capacity building on key areas of research for their development, it's been decades. In 2000, I met the Minister of India, of Science and Technology. I was also Minister of Mozambique. And he told me, look, Lydia, you want to have a scientific capacity and critical mass in your country. For each area that you prioritize, you have at least to train 10,000 at graduate level in order to have the 1,000 that will make the difference. Now, if you graduate 5 and 6, 10, if you are lucky, 100, you are going to have one. If you choose really well the people you are investing in. But you have to go on thousands in order to create the capacity that you need to start developing your research. The second one, allow me also to return to that, is the imperative of gender balance in science. This morning we were all celebrating the fact that Brazil has many top scientists that are now science leaders in very important institutions, and congratulations, Vice Minister, for that increase. But the truth is, the number of women in science and technology, it remains the same. You know, the 33% that we have been talking for the last decade. And that's why at UNESCO we start last year what we call a call to reduce the gender gap in science, and is really understanding even deeper what are the causes that really doesn't allow us to change these numbers. And one of the areas that we are strongly working, it's really with young researchers, where these stereotypes, gender stereotypes, are much more blurred than in our generations. And I think TWAS has done a wonderful work also with WASD to really make sure that we address this gender gap. The third point that I want to do, and it's very important for the South, the contract, the traditional contract with science has changed. Post-Second World War, the contract with science was that governments would support scientists that would pursue new knowledge and new frontiers of knowledge to better the lives of society. And there was this intrinsic understanding that the contract of science with society was through governments, because governments would put the funding, and scientists, because we want to do good, we want to serve our societies, would automatically respond to the needs of society and therefore return that value of investment that society did in science through the governments. Neither Carlos or Marcelo spoke about where is the funding today for science. The funding today for science is not with governments. There are new actors. So the science contract with society has changed because companies today, they invest more. I gave you 1.7 billion US dollars. But that money is not from governments. That money is from private companies. And therefore, there is a new contract with science and society. There are new actors that are now defining the research agenda and where research is done and for whom and who can assess it and who can benefit from that. So if the Global South wants really to really gain space in the global scientific community, we have to recognize that we have new actors in this contract. And we need to see how can we open the dialogue and make sure that we include these new actors. We also have citizen science growing, and this is a wonderful movement. And we need also to bring the associations that are doing true science, through citizen science, also to be part of agenda setting. So it's not just the scientists and science institutions and the governments. We need to broaden the multi-stakeholder nature of today's social contract with science. And I think that's a quite important one. And that's why we need to look at new models of doing science and new ways and new institutionalities of doing science. We cannot do science the way we used to do 50 years ago. It doesn't work anymore. So in the South, we have the chance to change that. Our ecosystems are still small. It's much easier to really open up these ecosystems, do more collaboration with countries in the regions, globally, having more open science ecosystems, because we need that. We need that collaboration. We need that mobilization of critical mass everywhere in order to change to address the challenges that we are doing. And finally, it's really, and in fact, I have two more points. Allow me just quickly to go through that. The second one is the science policy environment. We are seeing, unfortunately, less and less countries having strong STI policies. So there are no strategy in advancing science in the countries, in the regions. And Professor, we were just talking about that. And science policies that really build resilience in a world in crisis. It's completely different. Again, it's not the same strategies and policies that we used 50, 40, 30 years ago. And this is one area that at UNESCO we are reflecting quite a lot, because part of our work is supporting countries and regions to develop good STI policies to build resilient knowledge societies. Societies have to have knowledge, because the transformation that Ambassador Korosi was talking this morning, that transformation, it's not going to happen in a room like this. This transformation happens in territories, in communities, in villages, in cities, as Brazil very well know, as China very well know, as India very well know. It's not globally that transformation will happen. That transformation is in the ground, in the territories. So we need to have STI policies that really bring that knowledge to these communities, and they can use this knowledge to become more resilient. And finally, and not least important, we need to use the new technologies that are here. And again, there is a divide there. If you see how AI is already changing the pace of research, most countries in the global south, the researchers have no idea how to use AI for their research. And I speak about AI, I could speak about quantum technologies, and on and on and on. So navigating the opportunities of emerging technologies to promote more science, better quality science, more relevant science for the South means also addressing the divide that we are facing already. We are already seeing that. And I will stop here with a call. We have an International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development, really a roadmap for the Global South and together with the North to really, really put science at the center of development, put science for all, defending the human right to co-produce scientific knowledge and benefit from what scientific knowledge brings to us. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for, you mentioned that even within the lower and middle income countries, there is a great dissymmetry. And these numbers are not truly reflective of the state of science within this vast region. So you're absolutely right. And this is what we witness every day. Your observation that in many countries, science is slipping down, in fact, it's not part of the priorities. But also at some stage, we would come back to you and ask you that in many developing countries is a top-down approach. Political will remain an extremely important factor. The government commitment, both in terms of finances as well as giving the importance of science, is an extremely important factor which remain intact even today. And with this, I would request my colleague, Professor Nader, to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you so much. We have the honor now of introducing Luiz Manuel Rebelo Fernandes, who is the Deputy Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation from Brazil. Luiz, thank you for being here and sharing your perspectives on this topic.
Thank you very much. I think I have a presentation.
You'd like to come here?
No, I can do it from here, but I have a presentation that was... okay, thank you. Yeah, I can see it from here. That's fine. Oh, please. Yeah, I'll go there. Thank you. Yeah, it's better. Obrigado. Let's see if this works. É só apertar aqui, né? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, there it is. Well, good afternoon. I'd like to thank TWAS and the Brazilian Academy of Science for the invitation. I don't know if I have to speak on this microphone or I can use this one. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this very important discussion. And our topic here today is that of trends and perspectives on science in the Global South. And I'm going to build on some of the data that was brought by Brito here, presented at the opening of our debate, and also that Lydia, comments that Lydia brought to us for discussion. And the reality is that a new geography of science, technology, and research is emerging in the world in a very short time span, in some 3-4 decades. And this new geography, in reality, it reflects and is part of a structural transition in global political economy, which is shaping the world in the 21st century. I'm going to bring you some data on that. I know we don't have only BRICS countries here. We have a number of countries from the Global South. But this figure, it shows the share of global GDP measured by purchasing power parity of the traditional dominant countries of G7 and the BRICS countries from 1995 to 2023. And in 1995, the G7 countries represented 45% of world GDP, measured by PPP, purchasing power parity, and the BRICS countries, roughly 17%. In 2023, G7 countries represented 29.9%, 30%, and the BRICS countries, 32% of world GDP. So it's a very short time span, 3 decades. 3 decades, and a very major and profound change that's happening in the world. I'm sorry, the titles are in English, but the figures in Portuguese. It's from my area is International Political Economy. This is an article published by my group, and it maps what I just described, broken down by countries. U.S. participation, UE 27 countries, China, Japan, India, Russia, Brazil, South Korea, and other countries in the world. Participation in world GDP measured by purchasing power parity. So I would like to break that down. You see, United States went from 20 to 16%, European Union from 24 to 17%, and China from 4 to 18% of world GDP in 3 decades. India from, I have to find India there, where is it? From 4 to 7% of world GDP. We in Brazil haven't done that well. We had 3% of world GDP and have now 2% of world GDP. these same trends are also represented with a time lag, with a delay in science and technology publications and in patent registration, which I'm going to bring some data on that, which are indicators of science and technological capacity and also of innovation capacity and innovation output in our respective countries. I'm going to highlight that later, but in a moment. But this does bring the issue that Lydia brought up, importantly, that we have to break down scientific and technological outputs and capacity between middle and low income countries. They give different results. Global South is a rather homogeneous abstraction, and you have to break that down in terms of income levels, but also in terms of concrete national experiences to have a more complete picture. Well, this is the data on, it builds on the data that Brito showed, Scopus and participation in publications measured by Scopus. Evolution from 1996 to 2020. And here, US was responsible for 31% of the publications in 96, European Union for 36% in 96, China for 3, Japan for 8, India 2, Russia 3, Brazil 1, and other countries in the world totaled 16%. In 2020, it's a major change. The US has now 16%, the European Union countries as a whole, 29%, China 16%, as does the US, but here it's an approximation, but in absolute terms, it has surpassed the US. This is Scopus. In Web of Science, it surpassed the US in 2014. Japan from 8 to 3%. India, 4%, doubled its relative participation. Russia, 3%. Brazil, 2%. South Korea, 2% also. And other countries in the world have increased their participations from 16 to 25%. These are countries mostly from the global south. So this is a major change in world science and technology geographies in a very short time span. And of course, this data comes to 2020, but the trends have intensified from 2020 on. They haven't been reversed. They have been intensified from 2020 on. So it's a major change. It's part of a structural transition. If we now go on to, these are patent registrations as counted by WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. I would ask you to just consider the Soviet Union in 1990 because they had a national internal system for patents which did not dialogue with the rest of the world, so it kind of distorts the statistical returns. But if you go from, let's say, 2000 to 2020, once again, China had 1% of patent registrations in the world in 20. Now it has 29% of patent registrations in the world. The United States had 26, now it has 18. European Union 25, now 18. Japan still has a high level of patent registration, had 32 in 2000 and 17% now. And then you have India, Brazil not doing so well in that realm, but South Korea for sure. It had 1% of patent registration in the world in 1% in 1990, but 6% in 2000 and 9% now. So this is an indicator, it's a basic indicator for innovation output. So all of these are 3 dimensions of international political economy which show that there's a major change. These dimensions are broken down in this figure, which highlights the relevant global polls in that dimension in 1990 and 2020. And what we see is, in the change of geography, relative deconcentration of capacity and outputs, but a repositioning of countries within the list of major poles in that international political economy dimension. So this is it's a structural change. We're facing a major structural change in global political economy, which creates a new geopolitical context for us. Just one comment before, Lydia. You mentioned the difference between middle and low-income countries. The trends in low-income countries are basically parallel to the trends of high-income countries. The large difference is given by middle-income countries. So this presents a number of challenges for us also. Now, in terms of the geopolitical context created by that, we have a range of new revolutionary emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, semiconductors, etc. New actors, poles of geopolitical and geoeconomic power, as I have just shown. Fiercer competition for technological dominance and strong protectionism from higher income countries and traditional powers. Increasing geopolitical tensions in the world, we all are seeing that, unfortunately, and which translate themselves into increasing barriers to scientific cooperation and technology transfer, including, as unfortunately we are seeing in the United States, restrictions for mobility of researchers and knowledge sharing. So it's a very complex situation and challenging situation. Now, a possible outcome of this new geopolitical reality and context is there's a threat of increased asymmetry in access to and production of science and technology. But as already discussed, the tensions and the threats are greater in lower income countries. That's where the challenge is stronger. Even in Latin America, the UNCTAD report indicates that as a whole, Latin American and Caribbean and sub-Saharan African countries are the least prepared to use, adopt, and adapt emerging technologies and risk missing out on current technological opportunities for a low-carbon world and benefiting from AI, green hydrogen, and other technologies. Once again, we cannot generalize. There are different situations in countries in each of these continents and regions. And the Brazilian government's understanding is that cooperation in science, technology, and innovation is key to the Global South's national development processes so as to strengthen technological sovereignty and autonomy and reduce global asymmetry in scientific and technological capacities and access to knowledge. This past year and this year, 2025, we've been hosting major international events, and we have taken this understanding to the debates in these forums, in these fields. Within the G20 last year, there was the creation of a research and innovation working group and the approval of the G20 Open Innovation Strategy. Among the working group's 9 deliverables, there was a close convergence with the conclusions that came from S20 was very positive, that we both moved in the same direction. Within BRICS, our cooperation completes a decade, and we had 6 joint calls for proposals and more than 150 projects funded. This year, we are hosting 13 science, technology, and innovation meetings within BRICS. And at the coming COP30, we aim to strengthen the role of science, technology, and innovation in understanding and facing climate change and its impacts. That's our agenda. So there's an agenda here for intensified cooperation in science, technology, and innovation, especially between countries of the Global South, which are represented here at TWAS. But I think, let me conclude with two comments on this issue. First, and the role that TWAS has in it. We believe TWAS has a very important role in this situation. The first question is that even the middle-income countries that are having a greater capacity building and output in science, technology, and innovation since we are developing countries, we tend to strengthen cooperation and joint projects on a vertical basis with high-income countries. And we have to, those are the more consolidated channels of scientific cooperation. So we understand that we have to maintain those. We're not against those channels of cooperation, but broaden horizontal cooperation lines with developing countries that are here represented in TWAS. So I think that's a major issue. And TWAS, as it represents academies of science from developing countries, it has a very important role in stimulating this horizontal cooperation, which is fundamental not only to strengthen our own national development processes in science, technology, and innovation, but also to have middle-income developing countries help transfer knowledge and help in capacity building in lower-income Global South countries. I think this is a very important agenda, and no better forum to discuss that agenda than TWAS. So these are the two messages that I think that are important. First, we have to redirect channels of partnership in science, technology, and innovation on a more horizontal basis, and on that horizontal basis, transfer knowledge to lower-income countries, help capacity building in those countries, assume a positive, progressive role in terms of structuring this new geography with less inequality and more inclusive development for our societies. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you for drawing a very interesting parallel between political economy of the world and investment in science and technology, as well as productivity. You also identified a very important challenge, and that is in global mobility, which create new niches. Now, I wish to invite honorable guest, Professor Akisa Bahari from TWAS Federal Lecture, and she was the former Minister of Agriculture, Water Resources, and Fisheries of Tunisia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. I would like to thank TWAS and Brazil for hosting us and to participate in this fabulous, general conference. So I would like to start by, reminding the global challenges that we are facing related to climate, food, water, health, and energy transition that demand strong science systems everywhere. And science in the Global South is at the front line of climate and environmental challenges. My perspective comes from water, food, climate, environment, and their interconnection through the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus. And these are very important issues for the Global South. We are at a turning point. I think that people have been talking before me are just reminding us that we are facing a number of issues and challenges. And one of them is, of course, the advances related to artificial intelligence that are transforming science, transforming it at a very high speed, as we are seeing. And the Global South cannot afford to be a passive recipient of these changes. It must shape it as much as it can. And science is both a driver of development and a means of reducing inequalities. The Global South holds unique assets from the point of view of biodiversity, traditional knowledge, and innovation potential to address these interlinked challenges. I would like to present this graph that is every year the World Economic Forum undertake a survey in order to see what are the global risk, what is the global risk landscape. And it's interesting because it's changing from year to year. For 2025 was coming first from 23% of the respondents, that it was state-based armed conflict was coming first, and then the extreme weather events, geo-economic confrontation, misinformation and disinformation. And all these risks are interconnected. Would it be from the point of view, you have some that are more related to environmental aspects, socio-economic, geopolitical, technological, and so on. But in the middle, what is important is all the problems that are interconnected to also the problems related to societal polarization and inequality. And we are seeing, eroding resilience that is also giving rise to the risk of polycrisis. Among these risks, there are also problems related to the natural resources, and one of these resources is water. And I have dedicated most of my career to these aspects. And we are seeing that the water footprint of humanity is no more sustainable. And when we look at the different, the planetary, boundaries, we see that the planet has breached its limit for a number of these planetary boundaries. From the point of view of biosphere integrity, climate change, novel entities, biochemical flows, and in 22, the planet has also, we have reached the planetary boundaries for water. Would it be blue water or green water? The blue water is the one that we see stored in surface water, that is in surface water or underground water. And the green water, what we call, is what is in the soil and so on, stored in the soil. So we have breached a number of these boundaries and water in 2022. And the water crisis doesn't only involve water. 31% of the global GDP will be negatively affected by extreme water stress by 2050. Food security is in serious jeopardy as 60% of the world's agriculture faces high water stress. We have a growing water demand due to rapid growing population. We have also the problems of pollution that is decreasing the drinking water supply. And we have severe climate change-related extreme weather. And so this also raised the problem of justice for the planet, justice for the people, and the climate justice. Climate justice guarantees that we are developing practical climate solutions based on equity, justice, and respect. I think this is values that we all share and we agree with. So let's look at what are the key trends in science in the Global South. There are several important trends that are shaping science in our regions. The first one I would like to cite is shifting from silos to nexus approaches, digital and AI leapfrogging, renewable energy and green transitions, and local solutions with global relevance. And you'll see that some of these we have been, through some of them already. So the first one is shifting from silos to nexus approaches. And we see that we are working in silos. The way we are organized are in silos. The way the development partners are organized in silos. And this doesn't help at all working because this is not the way we can solve the problems. And we need to move to more integrated solution. And I'm going to show, this is a graph showing the nexus between water, food, and energy. and climate, and this has impacts on human rights and on sustainable development. One example I will take is about water reuse, the wastewater that we are discharging in the environment that can be treated and put, again, it is already, being recycled indirectly, but if we do it on purpose, then we can reuse this water for agriculture, for industry, for cities, even for drinking water. So this is important, and this leads us to think more in a more integrated way. Another, a second one of these important trends is digital and AI leapfrogging. It was already mentioned, all these changes that we see from AI, big data, automation, quantum computing, and digital currencies that are reshaping economies, labor, governance, and knowledge. What is important that we are seeing an exponential increase in development of AI. It is unexpected, and even the people who are working are really surprised by how this development is taking place in an exponential way. So AI can also, in the field of water, can help us in a number of topics on water monitoring, flood forecasting, smart agriculture, AI-powered early warning. So there are a number of fields of where we can use AI and we can benefit. This is an example from irrigation management by the IoT that is quite interesting when we can really improve the water efficiency, water productivity, and the water security at the end. The third is that has been mentioned is about renewable energy. And same, we are seeing an exponential increase in the use of renewable energy. Would it be solar mostly, and wind? And you see that nuclear energy is reaching a plateau. So renewable energy growth reshapes the water systems demand as well. Would it be hydropower, cooling, green hydrogen? And they are increasingly, solar, wind, and bioenergy are increasingly coupled with water supply, desalination, and food processing. Brazil has bioenergy research, and India's digital farming system showed how the South is pioneering sustainable pathways. This is an example of the use of desalination and solar-powered field irrigation. This is an example from Tunisia. The fourth point is about local solution with global relevance. It's about climate adaptation science, and there is a number of research on drought resilience, biodiversity conservation, sustainable farming systems, practices in the South. They directly contribute to global sustainability debates. And we have also a number of advances in climate services, early warning system, and nature-based solution. And also on food and nutrition security, innovation in crop breeding for climate resilience, the work on sustainable diets, soil restoration, and ecosystem services. And these contributions are not only important at local or national level, but also can contribute to the global commons. One example is the shift to agroecological agriculture that is, can improve, yields and so on. Also, being sustainable is no longer enough, and when we talk about agriculture, it's about moving to regenerative agriculture, where the soil also is as a core of the soil security and can impact the water, food, and energy security. And there are a number of practices like agroforestry, conservation tillage, integrated crop livestock systems, and so on that can also improve groundwater recharge. And also the transformation of our food system. Changing our diets. And there are studies that are showing, the difference between the diets and from the point of view of greenhouse emissions, greenhouse emissions, or water use. And the vegan diet is the most efficient from this point of view. So if you are vegan, you are on the right side. I am not, but it is interesting to see how diets can also have an impact on our environment, on the use of the different natural resources, but also food loss, the waste of loss is very important, and also production. So there are persistent challenges that are affecting, science in the Global South. In the underinvestment in science, less than 1% in most of our countries of the Global South. Brain drain, fragmentation, the weak links between science, policy, and practice. data and infrastructure gaps, and I think these are two very important things at which we need to pay attention, and the fact that we have science that is produced but disconnected from policy and practice. AI, and I think we cannot, I think it's taking an important place actually in the water and the science debate, because it can revolutionize water and climate research by simulating scenarios, supporting real-time decision and so on, can optimize a number of activities in the water sectors. There are 5 critical policy areas. Data. Data is really one of the weak points. We can improve through remote sensing and so on, but we need data, and it is not, we really need, and to make sure that we are collecting data. Computing capacity, AI for local languages, I think is very important because it's mostly using English when we need to adapt for the local languages, and this will give access to more people, women and people in the rural areas. Skills and AI literacy, AI safety, ethics, and governance. There are risks, and I think they have been mentioned and very eloquently presented before, like the unequal access to computing power, the lack of data sovereignty, ethical issues about who owns and controls knowledge, and if not managed carefully, AI could widen the north-south divide. So we really have to pay attention to that. And they are about, for example, the data centers. It's mostly the US and China, and in the global south, they are very little. So we have to very pay attention to this question of data and infrastructure. So we need to really, and with TWAS again, how we can chart a new course, build regional data and AI platforms for access and sovereignty, use AI at the science policy interface, foster South-South collaboration, as it was mentioned, how we can use some of the tools together, ensure that AI become an enabler of inclusion, and develop governance mechanisms. Beyond AI, there are other opportunities for the Global South, like supporting context-specific innovations, from solar irrigation, agroforestry, and so on. South-South cooperation, integration of traditional and local knowledge, I think is very important with cutting-edge science. There is a lot of the citizen science that we need to tap in, and we need to include it and use it. Using science for diplomacy and human capital development. I think this is fundamental, and using youth and women in STEM. Partnership with the private, public, social, civil society, and so on. Citizen science that can contribute to each step of the policy development, from policy definition, formation, implementation, up to policy evaluation, and working at the science policy society interfaces. I think this is also fundamental. In conclusion, I would like to say that Global South is not just catching up, but leading in resilience, renewable energy, biodiversity, and nexus solutions. We must tighten science policy linkages. AI can help if paired with human creativity and governance. We must invest as much in human intelligence as in artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akisa. And it's very interesting how the 3 talks, the 4, starting with Marcelo, and they are being complementary. And as in your talk, there is something that the North doesn't have that the South has. That means youth, because the North, the population is getting older, both in Europe and also in the States. So that's something that we should also keep in mind for our discussions. Thank you so much. It was really great. And now I have the honor to call Mário Fresta, Director General of the Foundation for Scientific and Technological Development of Angola. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Minister for Higher Education and Science, Technology and Innovation of Angola, Professor Albano Ferreira, we thank you for having invited Angola. We congratulate the World Academy of Sciences, TWAS, and the Academia Brasileira de Ciências, ABC, and would like to greet my colleague panelists and everyone in this 17th General Conference. Can you assist me with operating this to move forward? Okay, thank you. Even if we may agree, as we believe, on the main challenge of this General Conference, a number of previous questions could be addressed. As a matter of fact, we already started discussing them. To focus the scope of this debate as those few projected on the screen. To start with, we would like to stress that in our very unstable, contradictory, and violent world, we should care for the fundamental bond between science and peace, as stated by UNESCO. Science is increasing in the agenda of countries in the South, and many studies are being conducted to identify what topics and trends can bring them together around a consensual agenda on science, even if the Global South is not a homogeneous space and competition coexists with cooperation. As far as the central role of funding in science is concerned, everyone seems to agree, but the national funding is often scarce and international opportunities are vanishing. This is publicly recognized and is being addressed as a major concern in the African region and other regions. About to finish this short presentation, let us share briefly what is going on about science in Angola and our will to share, partner, and cooperate. Since 2016, systematic public funding for science is available in Angola. Firstly, through the so-called Science and Technology Development Project, PDCT, supported by the African Development Bank, and in 2021, a new public foundation for science funding, Fundesit, which I am heading at this moment, has been created. The main science and innovation Angolan indicators, well, I forgot to advise the more sensitive people to close their eyes at this moment, but anyway, it's already in the slide. As you can see, they are very modest. However, public policies are in place and PDCT together with Fundesit are changing this landscape. For instance, as you may notice, Angolan scientific publications show a four-fold increase in the last decade, confirming what Marcelo was telling some moments ago about the increasing in science indicators in the South. Our way is paved on exchange, cooperation, and networking on a bilateral as well as multilateral basis with various actors within the global world, either north or south. Whoever said it, we fully agree that ignorance, either because of low schooling or because of lack of research, is much more expensive than spending on education and science. Hope these and other issues will be deepened in this panel and along the conference. Angola, thanks you.
Thank you so much. It's nice because we're going to have some time for discussion. And before opening to the floor, I was thinking if among you have some questions, because I do have one, but I don't want to start it. Do you want to discuss among yours? Okay, then I'll do it. Everybody's talking a lot about AI, and AI is already in business and is already dividing the world. We need to acknowledge that. And it's going to make it worse. I hope I'm not being catastrophic, but I think I am catastrophic when I think about AI, and it's going to take from the ones that are the poorest people, the purpose of living, because AI uses lots of water, and you pointed out, and lots of energy. So, and data centers are being concentrated. And who is going to, that's a question that I would like to hear from you people. How the Global South can move forward towards this, this movement that's already there. And the other point that I would like to ask the panelists is, if you were in power, you have all the power, you're going to be, what would be the first thing that you would do for the Global South? What's the priority? Because we have lots of things, but we need to decide which should be the priority for the Global South. Don't you want to ask something?
Let them respond. Okay, so anyone of you, please. There are two questions with Helena and Nader, actually. One is, of course, a very specific question. The other is generic, what you would do if you have all the power on the face of the earth, the first thing, which is very important because, yeah, absolutely. So,
yeah, I think that it is very important what you pointed to. The consumption of water and energy for AI, and it is really, there are already some studies about how much, when compared to the drinking needs of some of the cities, and it is really, compared to some of the, it is a huge amount. So they are already putting some of the data centers, even, in the water and so on, but it is a huge need that we are going, so when you have, renewable energy, you can at least use, but it is going to tap in the needs of the people in water and energy. So it is, and they are not from energy, but from water, for the water needs. There is no other solution. So we don't know exactly how. And we are going to be so much dependent, because it is not only about water and energy, but also all the cryptocurrency. And we are going to be depending on all these three, because we are seeing this, as I said, exponential increase in these three that is happening. And so we don't know exactly what kind of future is waiting us,
Thank you.
So we need to invest in other solutions. We need, in the technology we have, the science has to come up with other solutions to decrease the use. They are trying already to find options to reduce the use of water and energy, but it is going to take some time before, some of the cities, the needs of some of the cities are going to be in competition, for drinking water. So it is not only for agriculture, but even for drinking water that is coming first, So it's a huge, and from my point of view, so the investment has to be in education, in women, in the youth, and in science and technology. This is what we need to invest and to have in infrastructure and education. For me, infrastructure. We need to have also our own. It is going to impact our water and energy, resources, that for sure. But we have no other option because it is already there, and it is, as I said, going at so fast, the development, that we are already behind, And so the gap and the divide is going to increase, and we are going to be consumer more than users. So we have to change, and we can come up. This is where, the genius of people, we have to tap in the talent of the people and to find other options, other solutions in order to be less water and energy.
Thank you very much. And okay, so each one of you, if you can be brief, because I'm pretty sure that we have such an intellect in the hall that they would really ask you to elaborate on lots of very interesting points which you have actually made in your presentation. So each one of you, please.
Yeah, just very quickly, because UNESCO has the recommendation on ethics of AI, and every year we have this global forum, and we also have methodologies that allow countries to see the readiness of their policies and structures and legal systems to implement ethical AI. And the last one we had in June in Thailand, and I had the chance to meet several ministers from several regions, and there was a common message, is that you can't address things alone in AI. Yeah. That's where regional cooperation needs to be upfront, because to get infrastructure, you can't do as a country. You do have to go into a region. The same negotiating with the AI designers and producers and companies, you can't do it one by one. You have to come together as a region. And Latin America and the Caribbean is the first region that create the ministerial roundtable on AI, ethics of AI. And the meeting will take place now in Dominicana in October. The second or third meeting of the ministers of science and technology, in order to discuss how LAC is going to really cooperate together as a region to address the issues. And finally, on environment, and it was also the LAC ministers, what they were discussing, let's see in the region who has water and cheap energy that can host the data centers that the region will need for AI, instead of trying to each country to say, I get one, even if I don't have resources. So there are already some thinking on that.
May I
Dr.
say a few words, yes. Well, I fully agree that education remains a central pillar for human development. The big question is, what are we educating people or youngsters for? Are we educating them only for unemployment or something else? So that's a decision to make up. And mainly, we must not only think about technology. I think maybe philosophy will be more and more important as in the past, because until a few decades, we were working and developing with two main reasons: God and people. God is being excluded in many geographies, and the people is not necessary anymore for the economy, at least for most of them. So what are we going to do with God and with people? That would be a question for philosophers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I'll just move on to Dr. Fernandez. Yeah. You have all the resources on the world, and just the question of if you have to do one thing which is with all the power you have, what would you do?
Well, first of all, I'm in government, but I don't have all the power of the world. We have a little bit of power. If I had all the power, I would put people's needs above private profits. That would be a basic, and science would serve that. But again, in historical perspective, when you have basic needs fully attended or fulfilled, society also lacks dynamism and innovation. So it's a curious, it's a dialectic that we have to deal with. But it's hard to give one answer, but I think our challenge as developing countries is to structure value chains in our countries that make people's lives better.
Yeah.
I think that's what we have to strive for. And in the dialogue here with Lydia, for developing countries, public finance has a leading and strategic role.
Yeah.
Leading
Absolutely.
and strategic role. It can't be substituted. It can have incentivize and foster private investment and structure value chains for private investment, but it depends on public funding. I think if you get, we learn from the Chinese experience, from what we have of positive in Brazil and India and South Korea, is a crucial role for public finance. The same is true for high-income countries, but it's not assumed openly. In the US, the military-industrial complex has a crucial central role in stimulating science and technological development, although not always in the best direction in terms of making human needs flourish and attended. And our challenge then is to associate public investment with strategic initiatives that, by structuring local value chains, make people's lives better. That applies also to artificial intelligence. We launched our plan, which the motto is artificial intelligence for the good of all. Because if you don't have public policy stimulating activities and regulating activities, it's a technology that will turn against people. But we can't have a merely defensive or reactive posture, because in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the Luddite movement destroyed machines. It didn't make people's lives better. So we have to get into the game, play the game, but play the game trying to win the game and set rules that benefit most of the people. That demands regulation. And just one last comment is that we're in, throughout the world, in a very tough struggle with unethical use of digital technologies and artificial intelligence and the need to regulate them. But we're facing that here in Brazil very strongly. And we've had some important victories. We demanded regulation of social media here. Some social media tried to sabotage the regulation that was established by our Supreme Court, and we held firm and we triumphed. They had to go back down and fulfill the regulations. We're facing sanctions now. I mean, there's a world sanctions. Everyone's facing sanctions throughout the world. But we're on the top of the list of US sanctions for wanting to regulate digital platforms in our country. Let's see where this ends up. But I think we're firm and staunch that that is in the best human interest, and we will persevere.
Thank you very much, sir. Sanctions are not really bad, sometimes really good, you know. They help us. So now we would invite very brief comments and brief questions, please. And then I see the first hand in the third row, please. And then over to you, and then to you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's just settle on 5 first, and then please. Yeah. And you see, if you have a specific question to anyone of the panelists, please do name. Yes, to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I want to applaud the comment of Elena, because it's the core of a session I will be organizing with 2 other people on Thursday afternoon about AI. And about what she said, I have one slide I want to read, because many people will leave and will not be here on Thursday. So it's an extract from an editorial published a few days ago in the New York Times, just for line. So I start. The opinion columnist Thomas Friedman, it's a journalist, has been spending time in China studying the country's AI, ambition, and what they mean for the world. His conclusion, now open the his conclusion is AI could become a nuclear bazooka unless the United States and China find a way to build trust and work together. In his conversation with the opinion editor Bill Brink, Tom explained why global safety depends on it. And the last point, John, what you said about the regulation. Okay. My name is Najim, and I will be involved on Thursday on the roundtable on AI.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And gentlemen behind on the 5th row, please stand up. Yeah.
Stand up, please. It's you.
And then...
Thank you. I have a small comment, and this is addressing to someone who was assigning TWAS 2 major assignments, and that was catalyzing between low countries, middle-low countries. Now, I'm wondering, we seem to be sidekicking the high-income group. I'm sure there are some interested high-income countries who can also come in and catalyze this cooperation process. So this would be, to me, a third assignment to us. They should also look into means and ways of bringing in interested high-income countries to come and catalyze the process for STI development.
Thank you very much. And then gentleman over there, yes, sir? Please stand up. Yeah, yes. Yeah. And then we have 2 of you, and third. So first, second, and second, third row, and later, please. Yes, sir.
My name is Shubho Chakrabarti. I am from India. And it was a very insightful and educative session for us. The question that I have is, if I take a step backward, have we done a proper exercise of mapping supply to demand? Because we saw a lot of disparities, even in the global south. For instance, there were particular countries which had a high productivity or a high excellence in terms of their productivity as opposed to the others. So is there a proper mechanism where we have done a mapping of supply to demand, what is required and what is not, or how to kind of integrate that, number one. And number two, given the benefits of innovation and technology,
Dr. Fernandez,
whether that has been kind of inclusive, or has it been very segregated to certain pockets? And under the aegis of TWAS, both as an advocate and TWAS as a global organization, how are we going to kind of envisage, or what are we going to envisage in terms of kind of integrating this so that they're keeping science in the forefront, how this collaboration is fostered so that there is appropriate distributions of
Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to have this question now responded by the panelists. So, Dr. Fernandez?
I couldn't understand completely one of the questions which mentioned the high-income countries.
He was, I believe that he was talking about the basis of this parallel which you have drawn between the political economy and the productivity of the countries in terms of publications and patents.
Yeah. Well, if I don't know if I'm answering the question right, but basically, the presentation I made, it addressed 3 dimensions of international political economy. First, productive dynamism. Second, scientific and technological dynamism. And third, innovation dynamism. And the changing geography, the structural change that is in course in global political economy, and the changing geography, international, global geography of science and technology shows that there's a major transition, a structural shift, which starts in productive dynamism, but with a relatively small time lag, it pulls over, it jumps over or transcends into science, technology, and then into innovation. So, I mean, you can, a central theoretical question is, what is behind this difference in dynamism between the high-income countries? There's a lot of debate on that. I would say that to a great extent, they are more interlinked with speculative finance channels, which do not channel investment into productive activities and into innovation. So the stimulus for innovation is being stifled in those countries. I think that's one of the aspects. A second aspect is what an old, beginning of the past century researcher into national development processes called advantages of backwardness. Because when you're backward, there's a lot of asymmetry, but if you have bold and correct public policy, you can jump stages because you don't have to repeat the mistakes that were committed by others. We're trying to do that now with artificial intelligence because there was no real attention given to water management and energy management at the beginning of the artificial intelligence revolution, which gives us now, that are latecomers, the possibility to incorporate water resource usage and clean energy, dedicated clean energy matrices directed. We're learning from the mistakes of who was ahead of us originally. So this creates a context where we can reposition ourselves in the global political economy in a positive sense. And I think we have to do that because we have to try to structure, as I mentioned before, value chains that can redistribute wealth, create wealth and redistribute wealth in our societies to reduce inequality. So I think, I don't know if I'm answering completely the answer, but
thank you very much.
But it's how I see things. And I think TWAS, I know there was a question about TWAS. TWAS is very important because we have academies of science here from all developing countries. I don't know if all, but most of the developing countries. And the academies can be a channel for spurring new international cooperation links in science, technology, and innovation. From our part, we rely a lot on the Brazilian Academy of Science to design cooperation programs with other developing countries through their respective academies of science. So I think TWAS has a very important role here in defending a more inclusive development, defending open innovation, criticizing concentration and centralization in science and technology. So I think there's a common platform here that scientists, researchers, and governments from our country can work together.
Thank you very much.
Can I just add something on TWAS?
Yeah, please.
Because it's from UNESCO. But I think there are two things extra that TWAS can do. One is the capacity building. TWAS has been incredible in really building capacity in the Global South, and doing so in cooperation among countries, and really creating a strong connection among global researchers. And I think this is a power of TWAS that is very important. The second aspect of TWAS, because it is an academy, it's precisely the capacity to really connect with all the science academies around the world, and therefore create a movement that can really change this trend of science as not being a common good. Because it's in the core of the science academies, the protection that science is a common good. And I think TWAS, because TWAS have this convening power with all the academies worldwide, not only from the Global South, to bring back this work and this central role of academies. We do science because we want to benefit society, the planet, and create a just world. And I think this is a power that TWAS has as part of UNESCO that we are very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Brito. I think what she has mentioned, Professor Abdul Salam's vision was South-South cooperation, but he actually used the great advantage of his presence in the North. So the creation of ICTP and having TWAS in Global North was an absolutely strategic move which he has done. I think that has really created a right kind of a synergy which created not only South-South cooperation but also South-North cooperation. And I request our colleague from Nepal Academy of Sciences kindly. Yeah.
Thank you. I am Vishal Upreti from Nepal. I am coming from the least developed countries or science and technology lagging country. So I am very happy to pointing out by most of our panelists as well as the talks we had before that so far we have low income country and medium income countries. Broadly the graph was there 60-40 in a very short period of time, nearly 40 years. And that also coincides with the establishment of TWAS. Probably there is a lot of contribution from TWAS also for this graph going so steep forward. That's very good. And we always talked in the beginning earlier that North versus South, the divide, scientific divide between North and South. Now, I am really concerned right now is that the points are already mentioned that what is the now difference between the least developed countries or science and technology lagging countries and the countries like 4 or 5 countries that we talked about, where they contribute the majority of the graph going up. We are right in the beginning at this stage, so let us not repeat the same thing, North versus South. Now here, we should now think of immediately in the beginning how to cope up this problem of very low income countries and better positioned countries. So TWAS is here, who should now take really a note of it. And why not we have this strategy, or let's say the TWAS future strategic plan takes up this situation. This is what I think basically will develop our, what we call, will grow together. For example, talk about Nepal or South Asia, except India. Talk about Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and go further east in Southeast, like Myanmar, let's say Laos, Vietnam, there are many countries, perhaps we don't even contribute 5% of the total growth that you have shown. I think this is the time now we should not repeat the same problem with North-South versus. Let's grow together. This is what I feel at this stage that it should be noted very well. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. It's an extremely important problem, and I remind you that Professor Palis in his foreword of this very famous book of global capacity building for developing world was really very worried about that also, but he actually took it as an opportunity because he talks about brain circulation within South. So anyone of you would like to respond to this extremely important point?
It's a very important point, but shouldn't we have more questions?
Okay, so our colleague from Bangladesh, yeah, please, go ahead. And then over to you, sir. Any other? No, so first, in the sequence we received, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Tofajul Islam, Associate Secretary of Bangladesh Academy of Sciences. I truly impressed and excited from the discussion delivered by panelists. I have 2 points to share with you. One is you mentioned, all of you, that the investment in science is correlated with the economic development of a nation. China, India, and even Brazil, you have given the example. But unfortunately, in Global South, in many countries, the investment in science is not increasing. You have shown the graph of the data. In case of education, quality education, UNESCO mentioned 4 to 6% investment for the quality education or education for all. Can we, from the TWAS, UNESCO, together, can we set some target to invest, for example, 2% or 1% or 3% GDP from a country should be invest for the research, research and innovation. Second point is, we are now experiencing a dramatic transformation model of publication. The slogan is science for all. Making science for all takes funding because, article publication fees and other things. So how can the developing countries, Global South, scientists are very brilliant if you consider, but due to the funding constraint, many of them cannot afford the APC. So is there any possibility to take initiative from the TWAS to address this real problem of the scientists in the global South?
I think
Thank you.
he mentioned 2 very important points. The last one I should really emphasize again, that this publication charge is one of the key reasons of killing science in the developing world, because they're just absolutely unaffordable for people working in a very constrained environment. I would request Professor Brito for your response.
Thank you very much. And really, it's not to us on publication, should be indeed UNESCO working on that. And we do have initiatives on diamond access and developing models that make publications more open and more accessible to not only to researchers, but also to people that are interested in reading scientific articles, because one characteristic of many of our young people and communities is that even if they don't follow a career in science, they love science and they want to understand science. We have not only a lot of resources and land, we really have very creative communities, as you said, Luis, that when people really suffer their creativity, their interest in understanding and learning and growing, it's very high. So we do have an initiative global initiative. And Latin America has been a region that has advanced a lot in open science and open publications, models that are already in place. And I think you are absolutely right. UNESCO for a long time, I have to say, have said to countries at least 1% GDP. And that's why our colleague from Angola was saying, don't look at this shameful percentage. And Angola is not, the only one in the global south that is not even trying to put, 0.1%. They are below that. Basically, they don't invest in science. And I think this is a mistake, in particular, because a country cannot have quality education if it doesn't have good research. Because education needs good research in order to really adapting education as things move, as the needs and global context and local context change. And a lot of countries make that mistake. They put a lot of money only on education, basic. And luckily, if you are lucky, secondary, but they don't invest in higher education. They don't invest in research. So the education system cannot sustain the quality. How do you train your teachers if you don't have a good higher education? How do you plan and change your curricula if you don't do research on education? If you don't have a knowledge of what is happening in the country and the region. So we have put the 1% GDP. Very few countries, unfortunately, in the south can do that. As many don't do the 4 to 6% in education. So it's a struggle, I would say, that we need to continue to go. On the south-south divide, thank you so very much for saying that. We were just looking at another graph that the Deputy Minister was showing me. That graph makes my point, is that the BRICS, they are growing exponentially. Although the rest, it's still slowly growing, is a linear growth in a very small slope. But the BRICS are exponential, so the divide on the global south is increasing constantly. And finally, allow me, Shares, just to say something that you asked, why some countries could so quickly jump from an increase of GDP to also an increase on publication and scientific production. Because two things, they have a culture of science and innovation that is part of their culture. And secondly, the investment in top education came much before that they were rich. Even when their GDP was lower, there was investment in education, in top researchers, sending people away. And when that people came back, they could grow quickly, their GDP, and they could grow quickly on research. And China is a very good example of that. If you look to the investment of China in capacity building, it's beyond the 30 years. So that's in Japan and South Korea.
Thank you very much. I think leadership played an extremely important role also everywhere. We have seen the political will and leadership playing a key role in all these miracles happen. And now we have only 3 comments or questions, 1, 2, and 3. That's it. Sorry. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ram Chaudhary. I'm from Nepal. So my question is partially also answered, but then I would like to highlight one of the things that was very much nicely talked was about collaboration and the importance of South-South collaboration in science and technology, research and development, and so other things. So South-South collaboration is definitely very, very important, and that has been given good emphasis in strategic plan of TWAS. However, my own experience says that South-South-North collaboration is also extremely important, because that has happened in my case also in Nepal and Norway, that one from global south, Nepal, and global north, Norway, we made collaboration. And what we did that, we invited students from India and China, and also professors from India and China, and global north, Norway. And that paid a lot. So my humble appeal is that, well, not to close only South-South collaboration, but also open South-South-North collaboration.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. I think we'll have the last comments from all 4 distinguished panelists right at the end. And this is the second last. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Rami Aziz from Egypt. I just want to go back to the very first 2 talks because there is a point that I want to take with a grain of salt also. We are talking about publications and the number of publications, and I agree there is a changing geography. But let's also face it that there is so much corruption in publications at this point of history, and it's led by the major publishers. So the numbers of papers are no longer really a reflection. I think you all agree with this because they keep encouraging us to game these metrics, citations, and H-index and all this stuff, and Elsevier and other publishers invest a lot in this. So, of course, I agree with the numbers and their importance, but also there is a changing geography in retractions and misconduct. And sadly, the major retractions come from 5 or 6 countries that are part of the Global South. So we need to I'm a big fan of open science, but it's a strong change of culture to reach this stage. Right?
Thank you, Rami. I think you brought a very important point. This is general ethics in science. And then the last question over there, I've seen some, if not, yes, was that or somewhere here? My apologies. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Kawa from Jamaica, and I want to suggest that we have a special, we develop a project to address the issue of uncompetitiveness of science, technology, and innovation issues in the less developing countries. In the Caribbean, for example, we have a few countries that have policies, science policies, but in some cases the science policies are not implemented. They are not funded. And we have also succeeded to incorporate science, technology, and innovation strategies as part of the development agenda. But still, we are having serious challenges in terms of competitiveness for funding, for public attention, policy attention, etc., etc. I would like to suggest that we get to the bottom of why is it that science, technology, and innovation issues are not as competitive as we all think they should be in the less developed countries. So
thank you very much, sir. The last question, but certainly not the least. And I think this morning we have talked about creating the constituency of science by effective communication. Adding that together, I would now request, both of us would like to request your final comments from all 4 of you, starting from Professor Frest. Yeah. Yeah, Professor Frest.
Yes, well, I think that this is being a very good and fruitful discussion, and many questions we will go on discussing it after this meeting, including, as I said, about philosophy. We forgot about philosophy for many years. We thought it was over, but we need new answers and new ideas about many things. If we don't discuss the fundamental previous questions, in a moment we will not be discussing the North and the South. I think that in this meeting we are almost discussing the Northern South against the Southern South. Thank you.
I think that we need to go back to the values. I mean, I think these are the most important things, because we have seen, I think, in what is happening in the different conflicts of the use of the technology, how we have been weaponizing water, food, energy, and the energy AI being used to kill people. So we have to be very careful. I think this is why this question of values of justice, equity, governance, and I think these are the most important things that we have to keep in mind. And we have to educate people along these lines in order to make the best use of science for all.
Thank you.
Well, let me make some comments. First, with respect to publications, a friend from Egypt made his comment. I think this is an important topic. I don't think it's corruption. I think it's a business model. You have publishing groups, economic groups, which classify journals, charge you for publishing, and charge you for having access. It's a perfect business model. You can't lose. And that introduces a bias into classifying journals, and it also introduces more than one biases, I think that's the plural in English, in terms of research agendas. Because if you struggle to be recognized and published, you're assuming someone else's research agenda, not your own research agenda. So I think this is an important topic here for TWAS. It relates to open innovation, it relates to open science. How can science work better for people? I think that's how can it best service public good? But with respect to the geography, it only makes the data even more striking, because these are, we know, an economic group in the US, an economic group in Europe, with biases in their indexation bases. And despite those biases, or those biases, I don't know what the plural is in English, but you have exponential growth of major developing countries in terms of scientific output. It makes the result even more striking. I know, because we have a lot of researchers here in Brazil who publish in journals which are not indexed by Scopus or not indexed by Web of Science. And despite that, the authors from the Global South, especially middle-income countries of the Global South, are increasingly relevant in terms of the science that is produced and classified by those index bases. So I think it is a new geography of science. And the language, language even more. That's a strong bias, a very strong bias. Obviously, publishing in English, you have a benefit if you publish in English in your own language, and especially for countries which do not have that many speakers of their national language, it's an obstacle. So I think this is a major issue. I think TWAS is the most appropriate forum to discuss that. But the geography is changing, and it is emerging. It's structural. And here is a point that a lot of you addressed, especially as would be expected coming from lower income countries. What is the basic point? Is that we still face in the Global South, even in middle income countries in the Global South, inequalities and blockages to our development. Technology transfer bans, export controls, and we have to deal with that. We have to deal with that. And even between middle-income countries in the Global South, they have to pull together to deal with those blockages. And here, I'm not saying it's because maybe from us here, North-South cooperation links, they're taken for granted for us. We don't seriously consider breaking our cooperation links with the North. But those are established already. Those are established. We have to establish new horizontal cooperation links in science and technology beyond the ones that already exist and that are very active.
Yep.
And I mean, that's the message. We're not against North-South cooperation in science and technology. We pursue that actively, but we have to broaden our cooperation channels. That's the basic point that I would like to make. I had taken down my notes here, but one last point. I think that we have to. There's a new geography in the making, and there are new divisions and asymmetries that are starting to take shape. I take the point that was risen that we have to address that now, so that new divides do not consolidate themselves as they did in the past century. I fully take that point. Now, part of that depends on political leadership in each country. I know here all academies will pressure for that result, but there's a lot that middle-income countries can do in terms of sharing capacity, helping in capacity building. I think regional initiatives are very important here in Latin America. We have regional, the BRICS initiatives are very important. For example, here in Brazil with the Portuguese-speaking countries, we have a lot of initiatives for capacity building, sharing knowledge. I think that's something that TWAS can help us organize that. That's the agenda I would share with TWAS because of the representative nature that TWAS has in a huge number of developing countries. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia?
Well, first, really agree with the values and principles that are key to really advance a science agenda globally that serves humanity and the planet. I think this is very important, and that's why our recommendation on ethics of science and technology in several areas, synthetic biology, nanotechnology is coming now, AI, etc., are such important instruments globally because they do put in the table and in a consensus way what are the values and principles that we should follow in order to make sure that both scientific knowledge and technology can indeed benefit all and mitigate the risks that they bring, because they do bring risks also. The second point, I think the Deputy Minister well said, is related to open publications and the bias and the issues. And one of the areas that UNESCO works very strongly under the open science recommendation is precisely on open publications, but also open data, open infrastructure. Because one thing that we didn't mention here, we mentioned only capacity building. But one of the first freedoms that is taken from a researcher from a low-income country that have no investment in science is the right to do science in its or her country. And that's the first freedom that is taken out from a scientist in poor countries. So also open infrastructure is very important. I mentioned this morning the remote access of laboratory facilities. This is one program that UNESCO started 2 years ago. It's growing exponentially. And really, it's a beautiful program because with technology today, many sophisticated equipment can be accessed remotely. So researchers can stay in their laboratories in the south or in the low-income countries and assess very sophisticated equipment that is elsewhere in the world. And that brings capacity building, it brings ownership, it brings also capacity building inside the institution where this researcher stays, and it brings cooperation, it brings scientific cooperation, because there is another twin at the other side where the equipment is, another researcher that works with this researcher, and they build joint programs, and they grow together. And I think it's also open infrastructure. It's not only about open data and open publication. And finally, to say that these trends are already there. What do we do with them? And this is the question, and sir, you put it very well. Let's hope that these trends doesn't create a new north in science and a new south. We all need science, and we all need all the scientists. And I want to end what Elena said. We have the youngest population. I always say to people, Africa will be the source of most researchers in 15, 20 years, because that's where the young people are.
Yeah.
And therefore,
Africa
we need
Asia.
to nurture that culture, that value, that interest in following STEM careers in all the young people in the world, because we are decreasing the number of researchers worldwide.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the speakers, fantastic, from UNESCO, Brazil, Tunisia, and Angola, and especially the audience, dear colleagues, for being this fantastic discussion. Thank you so much, and we need to run for a meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the second keynote address of the 17th TWAS General Meeting. We are very honored to have with us Her Excellency Karen Herrera, and I am delighted to be co-chairing this session with our very own Tian affiliate, currently a full professor in mathematics at the Campinas University in Brazil, and who is doing some amazing work to do maths education, to be a great role model for other young people to think about careers in maths. And I'm going to hand over to Jacqueline Mesquita to introduce our keynote speaker, and we'll take it from there. Jacqueline.
Thank you, President Abdul Karam. It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce our keynote lecturer. Today, we are honored to welcome a remarkable leader whose career bridges science and public service, Dr. Karen Herrera, Vice President of the Republic of Guatemala. Dr. Herrera is a biological, chemist, and academic who began her scientific journey at the University of San Carlos, specializing in fungi and environmental studies. Her commitment to understanding complex systems later led her to earn a PhD in political science and sociology. Since assuming office in January 2024, Vice President Herrera has been a passionate advocate for evidence-based policymaking. Her priorities reflect a deep commitment to both human development and environmental stewardship, including protecting early childhood, ensuring food and nutritional security, safeguarding biodiversity in the Trifinio region and Lake Atitlan, promoting inclusive development for children, women, and youth, advancing science, innovation, and technology. Please join me in warmly welcoming Vice President Karen Herrera.
It is an honor to be here today among colleagues. When I was in a public school, usually I said, a quotation mark, science, make dreams come true, and doing science in Guatemala is possible. You, members of the science clubs, have the ability, never doubt it, let no one question your skills, competencies, or talents. Let no one steal your dreams. We can all do science. In my messages, I emphasize that we should not be afraid of science, and that meaningful scientific work can be done in Guatemala. Above all, science gives us the chance to create a more prosperous future for everyone. I also emphasize that science must seek to address challenges in ways that improve people to well-being and provide sustainable solutions. Science is the way forward and must be pursued with determination. My name is Karin Herrera, Vice President of the Republic of Guatemala. I am biological chemist from Universidad de San Carlos de Guatemala, the country's sole public university. I hold master's degree in environmental studies from Universidad del Valle de Guatemala and a doctorate in sociology and political science from Universidad Pontificia de Salamanca. Throughout my career, I have worked in academia, research, and now in public service, guided by the conviction that science, innovation, and education are key to the sustainable and equitable development of our countries. Having expertise in science, sociology, and political science has given me a comprehensive perspective. Science has provided rigor, critical thinking, and evidence-based tools for making informed decisions. For example, in undernutrition cases. Through sociology, I have gained a deep understanding of social, cultural, and human context, which help ensure that the solutions we promote are relevant, equitable, and inclusive. Additional political science has helped me to understand how power, systems, and government operate, as well as the vital role public policies play in advancing people's development. It is a great honor to participate in this forum, to reaffirm on behalf of our country, our commitment to ideals that inspire the World Academic of Science TWAS, values such as scientific excellence, with global equity, capacity building, South-South cooperation, sustainable and inclusive science, and above all, science in service of decision making. We are very proud to take part in this 17th conference, whose theme is the role of science, technology, and innovation for global development. And we are confident that science must play a central role in shaping public policies that advance the well-being of all. Science, innovation, and technology are strategic pillars for development of our countries. They are essential for nutrition, health, technology advancement, sustainable development, and education, enabling our societies to adapt and thrive in the face of change. In Guatemala, we work so that SIT are a cross-cutting cutting axis of public policies, promoting equity and progress. It is not only about generating innovation for some sectors, but ensuring that benefits reach for entire population. As Vice President of the Republic of Guatemala, I serve as a chair of the National Council for Science and Technology. This council has a lot of obstacles, but this platform is critical for the coordinate with the country key sectors in scientific development and to translate projects into tangible actions. The priority is to reduce inequality gaps in sectors that have had less access to science and innovation: children, women, and rural youth. I firmly believe that when I guarantee equity in access to knowledge and research, we not only strengthen our national talent, but also generate a lasting impact on society and on Guatemala's development. From the Vice President, we promote several initiatives designed to bring science closer to everyone. For example, the science clubs or clubes de ciencias. We are created to provide these opportunities in middle and high schools, both public and private, where students can develop scientific thinking under guidance of Guatemala scientific mentors. With science from the Vice Presidency, Ciencia desde la Vicepresidencia, we bring scientific lectures and learning experiences to different audiences and regions, sharing the work and experiences of Guatemala scientists whose research and project have helped address challenges in our country and around the world. Each year, the Science and Technology Medal is awarded. It is the highest national recognition for scientific work. We are proud to recognize Guatemalans who stand out in different areas as applied engineering, nutrition, research on tropical diseases, agronomy, public health, among others. Other initiatives include student delegations that participate in science competitions, national and international, celebrating Girl and Women in Science Month, and running the Voices of Women program, all designed to inspire children and youth to pursue careers in science, technology, and innovation. Guatemala's affiliation with CERN, the world-leading particle physics laboratory, offers young researchers a unique chance to connect with global scientific networks and access cutting-edge infrastructure. At the same time, we are strengthening ties with Guatemala's scientific diaspora. Recognize that Guatemalan scientists abroad are invaluable for training talent and development joint projects that benefit the country. Their experience, knowledge, and international connections enable Guatemala and other countries not only participate in scientific endeavors, but also to lead them. Through our cooperation with UNESCO, we are promoting the ethical use of artificial intelligence under the RAM model, ensuring that advanced technologies are applied with responsibly, inclusively, and with focus on reducing inequalities and decentralizing innovation. We are seeking research opportunities for Guatemala scientists at world-class institutions, such as CIRAD in France, or with you, colleagues of TWAS. Guatemala faces challenges in science, technology, and innovation. Funding remains below 0.1% GDP, which limit key projects addressing issues such as undernutrition, health, and climate change. Scientific infrastructure is limited. Many laboratories have obsolete equipment, which hinders cutting-edge research. Brain drain and institutional fragmentation limit coordination among universities, research centers, and private sector. The digital divide in rural and indigenous communities remain a challenge. Although we are promoting digital literacy, access and connectivity are still limited. Finally, we face global challenges such as ethics in artificial intelligence and climate change. This, which threaten biodiversity, food security, and our country's natural resources. Recognizing these challenges is the first step to design public policies and actions that transform them into development opportunities. Our country has a talented and creative youth, full of energy and ideas to transform the country through science and innovation. Our natural and cultural heritage serves as a living laboratory, offering opportunities in biotechnology, agribusiness, bioeconomy, and sustainable tourism. International institutions such as TWAS and UNESCO provides funds and scholarships, enabling Guatemalan youth to access advanced training and global network. Citizen science and social innovation in rural communities show that solutions can emerge locally, integrate into knowledge creation. Digital transformation and the ethical adoption of artificial intelligence drive educational and economic innovation, broadening the reach of science and promoting equity. We are implementing UNESCO's RAM methodology to ensure these technologies are used responsibly and fairly. From the Vice President, we celebrate science, especially contribution of women from Guatemala. One inspiring figure is Olympia Altuve, who in 1919 became the first woman that graduated from the Universidad de San Carlos de Guatemala from the Faculty of Chemical Science and Pharmacy. Her achievement was not only personal, but also historic, breaking gender barriers and paving the way for generations of women to access higher education and scientific careers in our country. The path she forged reflects the continuity between Olympia and today's women scientists, a legacy of resilience, perseverance, and leadership that continues to inspire girls and women to pursue careers in science, technology, and innovation. I would like to briefly share the story of 6 scientists honored by UNESCO for their dedication and work to strengthen STEM disciplines. Susana Arrechea has applied nanotechnology and solar energy to provide connectivity and energy solutions to rural communities in Guatemala. Maria Eugenia Cabrera works in physics and applies it local to problems such as modeling natural phenomena. Flor de Mayo González, an environmental engineer, leads projects for landslide prevention and risk management. These scientists demonstrate that excellence in STEM, together with a commitment to society, can inspire girls, youth, and women to pursue careers in science and envision a country where science drives sustainable development. Gabriela Montenegro, as Secretary of Senacit, promotes inclusive policies that seek to guarantee equitable access to science and technology. Maura Quesada leads the Los Robles project, dedicated to forest restoration. Zuli Margot Cruz Velázquez research medicinal plants and natural products, including chia seeds and essential oils. She trains new generations of scientists in pharmacognosy and phytochemistry. These examples show how scientific excellence can transform communities, generate practical knowledge, and inspire girls, youth, and women across the country. UNESCO, in these photographs, capture the tribute the UNESCO to women scientists on the International Day of Women, Girls, and Science in the National Palace of my country. The event highlighted the important contributions to science in Guatemala and encouraged more women to enter the field. We have placed a strong emphasis on including children and communities in science and innovation. We want democracy for the science. To this end, we established science clubs or clubes de ciencia, which provides mentorships and close guidance to encourage young people to explore scientific careers. We conduct digital literacy and scientific writing workshops for academic and professional development. The Voices of Women Who Transform Science campaign showcases the achievements of women scientists, inspiring current generations to dream big. We also support inclusive projects through competitive funding. South-South cooperation. Guatemala has strengthened its commitment to regional and international cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. Triangular programs with Bolivia, Panama, and Spain promote the inclusion of indigenous people and women in the national science system. In partnership with Spanish Agency of International Development Cooperation, AECID in Spanish. In capacity building, graduate STEM scholarships now require beneficiaries to support the National Scientific Career UPUM returning or contribute to different ways if public funds were used and they do not return. Scientific mobility. We recognize that the scientific diaspora and the brain circulation offer a unique opportunity to strengthen knowledge, networks, and international collaboration. Academic and professional mobility allows scientific to gain advanced experience, technologies, and methods that can benefit the country. Through the Vice Presidency and Senate seat, we support the reintegration of talent with guidance, mentorship, and opportunities for Guatemalan researchers to contribute locally and regionally. In the digital era, disinformation and fake news pose a serious challenge of our countries for science. From the Vice Presidency, we promote scientific and media literacy trainings citizens to access information with rigor and discernment. We foster ethics and transparency on digital platforms, ensuring content meets established standards. We are also ready to support a strong legal framework that protects rights, guarantees information accuracy, and strengthens public trust in science, technology, and the media. Science must be the tool for the social transformation and national development and global development. Every policy, projects, and innovation should reflect a commitment to equity, inclusion, and the well-being of all. Today, more than ever, we need to join efforts among government, academia, private sector, civil society, and international cooperation, so that science, innovation, and technology become drivers of progress and transformation of our countries. The goal is for the generation, for this generation and the next, to find in our countries the opportunities, resources, and support to lead necessary transformations with knowledge, ethical action, and global vision for a fairer and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for a really inspiring and comprehensive presentation. I think in the opening session and prior to our arrival, we've been hearing a lot about science, technology, and innovation for transformation. We've been hearing about science, technology, and innovation in service to humanity. And what we have heard from you is really you have provided us a great model for scientists going into politics, but remaining accountable and rooted in your community and translating a lot of what we like to see happen into a beautiful and inspiring story from Guatemala that also moves beyond Guatemala to looking at partnerships and collaborations with neighboring countries like Bolivia and Panama, and then also with Spain, and showing us the importance of citizen science, showing us the importance of reaching hard-to-reach communities. And I can be here reflecting for a little longer than your presentation. Unfortunately, we have to call this session to an end, and I want to just express all of our deep appreciation for your presence, for sharing with us such a beautiful example of what is happening in Guatemala that can inspire many of us to take these lessons back to our countries and show this is not just theoretical. Here's a country where it's happening, and we wish you well in overcoming some of the obstacles that you were very open about, And to see those obstacles as opportunities was really quite mind-blowing. So thank you again for your presence, for your inspiring talk, and we wish you well as you move forward with this journey in Guatemala.
Well, thank you very much again. It's a pleasure to be here now. It has been a very long day, especially for those who come from different places, so the jet lag is taking place. But of course, we have now is the moment of, a touching moment, remember the history of TWAS, and also, of course, the future. We would like to show more about the future. We have prepared, Giovanni, we need just the presentation that you have prepared before. So we had prepared some pictures that we had in our archives. So many of you that have been participating in this meeting for many, many years will try to remember some of these moments. But after that, we had prepared a kind of historical vision from different people that were involved in this journey, and of course we will finish with our president Carisha looking ahead. So what's the future of the organization? After that, we will have some time for celebration and a reception in the Brazilian style. So let us start with Professor Mohamed Hassan. I would like to call him to, he is the TWAS immediate past president. He has been also on the position of the executive director of TWAS, and he is very, very much involved in this story, and we thought that he will be the perfect person to start this celebration that we are doing now. Professor Hassan, where is he? We have to find now. Let's enjoy then the pictures. I have to improvise here as a chairperson, so let's see a little bit more of the pictures we have. Yes, there is also, let me say that we prepared a booklet with this history that will be distributed for you so that you can follow a little bit of this history. So while we find Professor Hassan, let's change the script, but also I would like to call then Ronald Leger. He is the former program director of the Canadian International Development Agency and a strong supporter from TWAS from the beginning. So let's thank you, Professor Leger. Thank you very much.
I nearly had a phone. My prompter is broken, so I'll have to use my scribbled notes. I don't have the excuse that another person had about prompters, but Tao feliz por estar aquí de novo en Rio. It is with deep pride and emotion and wonderment that I participate in this 40th anniversary. My family doctor tells me that emotion increases with age. We are participating in this 40th official birthday of TWAS. But like in many African countries, when a baby is born, the official celebration is often 1 or 2 or 3 years later. TWAS began its activities and its purpose 2 years prior, in 1983, and the official opening was prepared on that very day with Mohamed Hassan and Abdul Salam and me. I was on a visit, not for TWAS. I never heard of TWAS. I didn't know that Abdul Salam had been at the Pontifical Academy. I was there to visit one of the most extraordinary international organizations in the world, ICP, International Center for Theoretical Physics. I was on a simple trip in international cooperation to Rome. I heard of ICP and I was curious. What I discovered was a busy bee, extraordinary, basic scientific organization in northern Italy for southern third world countries. For me, it was a revelation. Abdul Salam received me in his office, and he didn't want to talk about ICP. He pulled out a big binder of some 100 refusal letters, 2 from my country, and many from third world scientists and people. In 1983, for you among who are all younger than me, this was the actual situation in 1983. And it remains so to this day in many countries, especially the least developed countries. Therefore, for me, when I use the word the Third World Academy in Science, I insist on the World Academy of Science, because that is what you have become. There is no equivalent in the world. All academies, even the most prestigious, are there to honor and select science, as they should. Abdul, at the Pontifical Academy, wanted to simply honor and third world scientists. I said, Abdul, if that's all you want to do, I can only help you a little bit. As I was doing with the International Union of Mathematicians and ICSU. But if you want to promote actively, not in an armchair, actively promote science, I will help you with the money of my mother's taxes, because that's what government taxes are all about. They are not in the air. He said, let's go. Abdul, I called him Abdul, he used to call me Ron. And Mohamed, we sat down and drafted the first purpose of TWAS on that day: to honor, select, and promote, actively promote science excellency in what we called then the third world, in collaboration with the best in the world. That is what we decided on that day in a draft form, and that is what was approved 2 years later with the Secretary General of the UN for the first official birthday, which we are celebrating today. But on that day, in 1983, there was 2 world firsts. We are forgetting. That was a world first. It was the first time in the history of humanity where the South decided to have their own active, and not only promoting, but that. The second was the first World Conference of Publishers of Scientific Journals on that day. It was also a world first. And that was decided in 2 years earlier. The first thing that Abdu, I'm sorry if I use the word Abdu because that's the way we called each other. Abdu and Mohammed, when we shook hands, we were 3 rural brought-up boys. So a handshake is a sacred commitment. And that's how I committed my mother's taxes for $50,000. Canadian dollars were worth something then. And it went for the following things: to help science professors to buy microscopes because of foreign exchange problems. 2 cases immediately. Mohammed immediately said, "Can we fund that?" I said, "Yes." They didn't have their scientific journals. A chemist could not have a scientific journal. A physicist could not. Yes, we started to fund small items like that. And that's how, when I see today, 42 years later, the blossoming, of course I'm emotional. This is unique. Nowhere in the world has such a thing happened. 2 years later, always in Trieste, imagine northern Italy, little beautiful town in northern Italy. I asked Abdu at the first general meeting, where are the women? My program had 2 purposes, funding program: institutional building of third world organizations and women in decision-making in everything. Those are my priorities. But Abdu said, well, science has no sex. I said, I'm sorry, Abdu. Scientists have sex, and it makes a difference. It took another 1.5 years to finally set up a small committee. He chose 3 women that he respected as scientists, and I chose 2, Julia Martin-Lefebvre and Elizabeth Mann-Borghese. I said, I will fund whatever they propose within reason. They proposed the world's first conference of women scientists, which was approved by the Second General Assembly in Beijing. And Beijing, let's not forget, became a world's first also. It was TWAS, General Assembly in 1987, that opened the doors of China. Not any other organization. And that's where the Women's Conference was approved by the General Assembly. It was held the next year in 1988. I proposed funding for 50 people. It went up to over 160. I had to commit more and more, and it became a world's first also. Today, you are celebrating another world first. Historically, Neither the Greeks, nor the Mayas, nor the Romans ever had two women presiding two scientific organizations. This is unique, another world first. I know Giovanni must be saying, and Marcel, that I'm taking too long, but I think it's important to know where we come from if you want to know where you're going, as my dad used to say. You remain unique. I will cut out some things. You remain unique. There is no equivalent to what I call the Trieste scientific trio. International Center for Fertility, OWSD, and TWAS. There is no equivalent in the world. If you can't do something, no one else in the scientific world can do it. Therefore, as one of you, perhaps I am the only non-scientific person in the room, I still have a couple of suggestions. To give additional focus, not only to the LLDCs. There are 44 LDCs. Part of my own country is most likely part of an LDC. There are about 10 or 12 that are not only least developed countries, they are abandoned countries, only receiving occasionally humanitarian assistance. Therefore, I'm encouraging you to give thought, to give the utmost priority to the very least abandoned, poorest countries. They're all in Africa, except Haiti. They're all there. One is one of the richest in the world as far as minerals, the Congos. Yet it is one of the poorest. This can't continue. I'm not asking you to solve the problem. I'm begging you to give thought with your extraordinary, no one in the world has your networks. No one in the world has nourished your networks. No one in the world has established such networks. I'm begging you to give thought. How can you use your networks? I heard some extraordinary expertise here today. How can you use your networks so that each of those countries, it may take time, everything takes time, has at least the highest level of education in the country? They must have it. That science and math for little girls is given not just a priority like the governments are doing, to discover how they can be adapted to their needs so that they can continue to the maximum of their, and it'll have to be both pedagogical, psychological, and economic incentives. The uncle of that little, and the mother, they have problems too, but it must be done. If it works for the girls, don't worry, it'll work for the boys. I would also, some will laugh, encourage you, the least developed countries must have ready access to artificial intelligence and quantum computing. There's no other way in the future. And that the future is today, it's yesterday, as we had heard. And I know you're scientists, but let's not forget that the financial system is now becoming scientific. There's science engineers dealing with financing. Therefore, there must be some way to figure out how the very poorest countries can get out of their extraordinary debts. Those are the, therefore, new forms of financing. However, to continue to be free as you are, you must increase your administrative flexibilities significantly. And Mohamed doesn't agree with me, doubling your endowment fund, which we helped to put together many years ago. It is already at some 18, 20 million. I would say that at your next General Assembly, you must do all your power, and I'm trying to get some of the right people to help you, to double it. Mohamed was suggesting that you increase it. We're entering a world where there is no more, the ODA is not only diminishing in my neighbors' countries, it's diminishing worldwide. Even the most generous are now diminishing, and you have been counting on primarily ODA. Therefore, I have two more points. Your main asset, in my opinion, is your uniqueness and your networks. I am marveled when I read, I have followed you closely from 83 to 92. I went to your 25th anniversary in Mexico. But I'm marveled at the way you have developed your networks. Therefore, it is one of your most cherished assets. It includes your vision and drives, and you have it. If the Trieste scientific trio does not promote those ideas, who will? There is no chance. No one else has your networks and your capacity to develop new networks. Therefore, who will? Publicly, I want to express my extraordinary gratitude to people who have departed us, who I knew as friends. Abdu, I spoke to him a few days before his departure. He could barely talk. We remained friends until the last moment. His spirit is among us. It is here. Thomas Odiambo, many who know him. His spirit is here. With him, we helped to launch the African Academy of Science, which after Thomas, Mohamed continued. And now I am reading periodically extraordinary things going on. Lydia Mukubu. I first met Lydia at the famous World Conference. An extraordinary woman. All these people have made who we are today. And many more. Sandra, Vanessa, no organization functions without support. It is not just leaders. No leader can do anything without support. TWAS has an extraordinary network and team. Therefore, my gratitude. But some people are born to make things happen. I was directing at one point an extraordinary organization called Management for Change. I met the dean of the famous Chicago Business School, and I asked him, what is the definition of management? making things happen. TWAS, you have made things happen. And one person here who I have followed during the first 9 years is Mohamed Hassan, who has made quietly things happen. And now you have chosen one of the scientists perhaps who has the most qualities of communication. You can continue to make things happen. I will close with two sentences by Abdus Salam. The poorer the country, the more it needs science and technology. That was his motto that he repeated to me, Ron. He said, how many times? Also, for me, Abdu was a poet who married science in the pursuit of a unifying sublime. He often repeated to me, and he wrote it, the deeper we seek, the more is our wonder excited, the more is the dazzlement for our gaze. And I added, for the time to be is the time we make to give a flower a chance to be part of us. For the purpose of life is life in all her extraordinary manifestations. Immanuel Bandera, la existencia es una aventura de tal modo inconsecuente. Muito obrigado, with deep appreciation and thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that we really owe to Ron many things at TWAS. It was a wonderful and really passionate speech, and I think that we can learn a lot from his words. Thank you very much, and I will call you to support me when I have to ask for money. So such a passionate speech will help a lot. I would like now to continue the session. I would ask, of course, everyone knows here that it was really, really interesting and touching, but I will ask the next speakers to try to stick to the time, otherwise we will have dinner a little bit later than predicted. So, thank you very much. Now we call Professor Mohamed Hassan to also present his view on this history of TWAS.
Okay, well, first of all, good evening, everybody. And I'm very happy that Ron spoke before me. That wasn't in the schedule, but it was my fault. And I think I'm happy that you spoke before me, because I think you said so many things that I was intending to cover. But I think the spirit is there. You probably knew Salam before I met him, maybe in 1981 or 82. But I'm very happy just to follow what you have said. So I just would like to focus on the first 10 years of TWAS. And the first 10 years where Salam, the founding president, was in office. He was the president of TWAS. So this is really the beginning, not 1983, but 1981. And that was in October, when 9 members of from the South, members of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, 9 of them, 3 of them from Brazil, Chagas, Pavan, and Dobaraina, who happened to be the only lady founder of TWAS. They sat together and discussed Salam's proposal on how to establish a new academy for developing countries. And you've seen this note that the 9 of them signed. They typed it, but then they changed a few things after it's been typed, as you can see. But they all agreed and signed this note expressing their approval to establish the academy. And they talked about what to call it. So they tentatively agreed that it could be called the Afra-Lasia Academy of Sciences or Asia La Freya Academy of Sciences. Very complicated, both of them. But that was tentative. So Salam agreed to lead the implementation of the proposal. And he did 2 things immediately. First of all, to expand the list of founding members from 9 to 42. And he was very careful in selecting the founding members. He just looked at the academies of science across the world, the most famous ones, and he just looked at the membership and picked all those members of those prestigious academies who are from developing countries, either working and living in developing countries, or they have their origin in developing countries, but they work in the north. And he identified these 42. And again, I say there are 41 men and 1 woman. And he also proposed to change the name of TWAS, not like the ones I mentioned, to call it the Third World Academy of Sciences. Again, not a very good name for many people, but that was how it actually went. Now, is that changing? Yeah. Now, in 1983, I received an invitation from Salam asking me to come and help him to organize the TWAS Foundation meeting in Trieste. And that meeting was held in November, the foundation meeting, and it was held in Duino Castle, which is a small village just very close to the ICTP, and the University of Trieste, and those are the photos that you have seen before also. So it was quite a successful meeting. It was attended by 32 of the founding members, quite a remarkable number. They approved the statutes, they elected the first TWAS council, and they developed a strategy for fundraising. Of course, that was absolutely critical, because everything is done nicely and correctly, but they have to get the money to implement it. A large number of funding bodies were contacted. I was there before I went back to Sudan. We sent nearly 50 letters to funding organizations and funding agencies. And those who replied, they were not a small number, they all said, no, we don't want to enter such an adventure. And that was the case until the rescue came, and the rescue was this. First grant ever to be received by TWAS, not that much money. It was 50,000 Canadian dollars, so 40,000 US dollars. But that was good. At least it paid part of my salary when I was executive director. And that was followed a few months ago by $200,000 for programs, and that was provided for a period of 4 years. That was really very good. But the real breakthrough came from Andreotti, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, who immediately told Salam that I will give you $1.5 million. And Salam was very, very happy about this news. So immediately he reached out to the Secretary General of the United Nations and asked him to come to Trieste to launch the academy. It was a very, very special occasion. The Secretary General at that time, Pierre de Coelia, never visited Italy. So he came to Trieste and he launched the academy. And that was a huge opportunity. Story, when Andreotti heard about the Secretary General of UNESCO visiting Trieste, he called Salam and he said, I would really like you to at least change the program a little bit to allow the Secretary General to travel to Italy so that we can have a meeting with him. So Salam looked a little bit puzzled, but then immediately he thought, okay, fine, I will do that, Mr. President. He was Prime Minister. But you have to give me another $1.5 million. Andriotto thought it was a joke, but for Salam it was real. And eventually, actually, he did get the extra $1.5 million. So trading the Secretary General with $1.5 million wasn't a bad deal at all. So, and then with this money, of course, the programs were launched. And something that is so important is that the agreement was reached between Salam and the International Atomic Energy Agency to administer TWAS, just like the ICTP, under the umbrella of the ICTP. And that really, really relieved the new academy from a huge burden of administration. So there was a launch also of the major programs, the research grants, the South-South fellowships, and the lectureships. And these programs are still running and running extremely well. And in 1986 and 1987, those were really critical years in the development of TWAS. Salam visited China and met with the chairman, Chairman Deng, in 1986, and as you can see on those photos. In fact, there is a photo of him and his son with Chairman Deng. And then he received an invitation to host the second TWAS General Conference in China. The conference organized in 1987 by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The president of the academy at that time is Professor Lu, and he was very, very supportive of TWAS. He was a member of TWAS also. The meeting presented for the first time a comprehensive analysis of science and technology development in China, offering collaboration with the rest of the world. And that was the first time that the wealth of science in China was exposed to the entire scientific communities worldwide. It was agreed that all other future TWAS conferences should be held in developing countries after they saw the success of that. Oops. How do I go back? Yeah. Oops. Why does it go back? I want this one. Hope it changes. I don't know. Anyway, I'll just say what that picture says. The magazine Nature decided in 2008 to look at all the international conferences who held for the last 50 years in order to identify the best and the most influential conferences that, in their view, changed the world. So they selected the conference that led to CERN, the conference that led to the Human Genome Project, and they listed the TWAS conference as one of them. So I was very pleased to get a note from them to say that we picked this conference, so please write an essay about it. And I did, and that essay was published in Nature. It was in 2008. It was all in that picture that didn't want to appear. So this is just what I wanted to say about it. Now we go to the 1990, which is, again, a critical year. We had the first conference of TWAS. That was the See the TWAS Conference of Women in Science that Ron spoke about. And in fact, you can see the level of participants there. That was the opening, and the opening was attended by two women Nobel laureates. Levi Montalcini, you see her on the right, on the at the end. At the end there with her hand on her neck, and Dorothy Hodgkin at the far right, the other far right. And there was also Suzanne Angeli, and Waldro, the president of SIDA, and Joanna Dobaraina. They were all present there. Yeah. And there was an interim study group that was set up to establish the Organization for Women in Science, as was mentioned, and that was really a huge meeting. And in 1992, TWAS had its general meeting in Venezuela. It was hosted by the president of Venezuela, the first meeting to be held in Latin America. Sorry, I have to go back. Yeah. That's a conference in Caracas. Sorry, it was in 1990. And then you have in 1992, that was fourth General Conference held in Kuwait, immediately, very shortly after the war stopped in the Gulf, the war between Iraq and Kuwait. And the conference was opened by the Emir of Kuwait in the presence of a large number of members and focused on science in the Arab world and also the environmental issues resulting from the war with Iraq. In 1992, the TWAS fourth General Conference was held in Kuwait, as I said. Sorry, I was just repeating that. And then in 1983, the 10th anniversary celebrations were held in Trieste. And that was, in fact, a very important event. There was a launch of the endowment fund for TWAS by the members of the academy. They were aiming for $10 million from developing countries, not from anywhere else. And it was actually the last year of Salam's presidency. So you can see that within a decade, Abdul Salam developed and transformed TWAS into a world-class academy, now widely regarded as the leading voice of science in the global South. And in 1994, the TWAS founding president, Abdul Salam, stepped down as president due to health problems. The foundation meeting of COMSATS in Islamabad, inaugurated by Pakistan's Prime Minister and attended by 22 ministers of science and technology, was held in the same year. But it was held just before Salam retired. And in fact, he could not travel, so he asked me to go and represent the academy there. It was a very, very important meeting that actually set up COMSATS, as you heard from the executive director of COMSATS this morning. There was also a contribution that Pakistan made to the TWAS Endowment Fund. And the Prime Minister gave me a check of $100,000. And she told me, I would really like you to give this check in person to Professor Salam. And this is what I did. So I traveled from Trieste to Oxford, and I met with him. His health wasn't very good, but I gave him the check. He looked at it, and he gave it back to me, and he said, give it to the treasurer of TWAS. And this is what I did also. I didn't keep it in my pocket. And in 1986, Professor Salam passed away on the 21st of November. It was a day I will never forget because it was also my birthday. So it was a very, very sad occasion in many ways. The TWAS general meeting held in Trieste on the 26th of November in memory of its founding president. And Vargas was elected president of TWAS. And Vargas proposed, maybe not many people know that, he was the one who proposed renaming ICTP after its founder, Abdul Salam. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the story of TWAS until Vargas took over. After Vargas came Rao, and then Pallis, then Bai, and then Hassan. you remember that, of course, they all wear ties, they're men. And two of them are physicists, and that is Abdul Salam and Vargas. Two of them are chemists, Rao and Bai, and two of them mathematicians, Pallis and Hassan. So the change came when Quraisha Abdul Karim is really making history. She is the first female president and first president in biological and medical sciences in 40 years. That was really a great. And let us not forget our host, Elena Nad, is also making history for being the Brazilian Academy of Sciences first female president in 107 years. 107 years. So congratulations to these very fascinating ladies. And as we raise our glasses later to celebrate the 40th anniversary of TWAS, let us also honor the remarkable achievements and leadership of these two very exceptional women. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We are now understanding more and more of the history of TWAS. And of course, Italy has a strong influence and presence in this history. So I would like to call Marco Marica. He is the director of the Italian Cultural Institute here in Rio de Janeiro, representing the Italian government to say a few words. Thank you, Marco.
It's an honor to address you on this important day. The General Conference grants us a splendid opportunity to both celebrate TWAS achievements and reflect upon the road ahead of us. Italy strongly believes that multilateral cooperation in research and science constitutes a vital component of diplomacy, bridging different cultures and providing us with a common platform to face global challenges. That's the foundation of our strong collaboration with UNESCO and in particular with TWAS. In a world characterized by complex and interconnected challenges, inequality, pandemics, resource scarcity, climate change, scientific innovation and technological advancement will be the keys to address them and pave the way for a better future. Indeed, we are still at the beginning of the UN International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, which goals we fully support. In this context, we believe that knowledge and research should be shared to enable the building of a prosperous and sustainable future for all. To achieve this fundamental aim, Italy supports TWAS as an effective bridge across the global south. Italy is strongly committed to reducing the knowledge gap with the global south. As you know, we have launched the Mattei Plan for Africa, and cooperation in the areas of education, research and science is one of its core elements. For the global south to become independent from external aid, the transfer of technology and sharing of knowledge must be incentivized. These are essential bases to build up resilience and generate stability across a complex geopolitical scene. While looking at the broader picture, we fully endorse concrete steps such as granting young researchers from the Global South the opportunity to access state-of-the-art research facilities and advanced mentorship in Italian universities and research centers through initiatives such as the TWAS, Scuola Internazionale Superiore di Studi Avanzati and Accademia dei Lincei Research Cooperation Visits Program. Italy is proud to offer its contribution to building scientific capacity in the Global South. which represents a fundamental step to ensure the future well-being of the whole international community. Talking about Italy's effort in advancing scientific cooperation, a special mention goes to the international scientific institutions hosted in Trieste. The virtuous cycle of mutual knowledge sharing, in which TWAS has played an instrumental role, has positioned Italy as a true protagonist in sponsoring multilateral scientific cooperation in terms of both diplomatic and scientific engagement. I would also like to mention the support we have given to specific initiatives such as the Science Diplomacy course organized by TWAS in collaboration with the American Association for the Advancement of Science, aimed at enhancing dialogue between scientists and policymakers and fostering the effective use of scientific knowledge to address global challenges. While promoting multilateral cooperation, we stood firm against gender and age discrimination. We are glad to see TWAS sharing the same commitment by providing female researchers and young scientists with opportunities to thrive and develop their skills. Our pride in this effort reflects the belief that knowledge must be spread beyond any unjust barrier, allowing us all to better face the challenges of tomorrow. And that is exactly why we will continue to support TWAS in the coming years, enabling it to uphold and expand its role as a leading point of reference in fostering cooperation and reducing the knowledge gap across the global south. Sharing knowledge lays the foundation of a more prosperous and developed world, and Italy is ready to do its utmost in the domain of scientific cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Marco. It's really, really important, the support that Italy provides to TWAS and other organizations. Now, let's see a video sent by Aziza Rahman, the daughter of Salam. And she sent a video recorded message in memory of Abdul Salam, the TWAS founder and president that was mentioned so many times here. So, please, the video.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. While I deeply regret that I am unable to be with you in person this evening, I am very grateful for this opportunity to extend, on behalf of the Salam family, congratulations and best wishes on the 40th anniversary of TWAS, the World Academy of Sciences. Almost 80 years ago, my father left his homeland and sailed to England because of lack of academic opportunity in his own country. This journey led not only to a remarkable scientific career, but was also the inception of an extraordinary vision that all scientists, no matter their background or nationality, deserve to have a place where they can come together to pursue knowledge for the betterment of humanity. 60 years ago, this vision became a reality with the creation of ICTP, the International Center for Theoretical Physics. However, my father was not one to do anything by halves. He understood that talent was universal, but opportunity was not. And he knew that unless this imbalance was addressed, nations in the global south would remain consumers of knowledge rather than creators of it. My father was a member of the Brandt Commission, the North-South Dialogue, and the Scientific Committee, and working alongside Robert McNamara of the World Bank, Premier Olof Palme from Sweden, Dr. Abdul Latif Al-Hamad of the Arab Fund, and President Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, among others, he was able to launch what was originally called the Third World Academy of Sciences, later renamed the World Academy to reflect the reality of the time, so that his vision could be extended to a global level. Today, 4 decades later, TWAS has surely embodied my father's dream by becoming a beacon for scientific excellence and cooperation across borders. My father's well-known words, "Scientific thought is the common heritage of mankind," has truly come alive in the work of TWAS, which has provided fellowships that open doors, grants that fuel innovation in many fields, and a platform where voices from every corner of the developing world are heard and celebrated. Its amazing work is a testament to the passion and commitment of the leadership and all the staff there. On behalf of the Salam family, I want to sincerely thank the leadership, the fellows, the partners, and the countless scientists who have carried my father's dream forward. May TWS continue to promote global cooperation, build scientific bridges, and inspire generations all over the world for many more decades to come. Thank you.
This year that we celebrate 40 years of TWAS, we had also important losses for our community. One of them is Professor José Israel Vargas, who was the second president of TWAS. But now, as we are here in Brazil and here in Rio, we have the presence of the daughter of Professor José Israel Vargas, Maria Vargas, who I invite to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by thanking TWAS in the names of Helena Nader, President of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and Vice President of TWAS, and Marcelo Knoble, Executive Director of TWAS, for inviting me to speak at this special session commemorating the 40th anniversary of TWAS. I have been asked to share a few words about Professor José Israel Vargas, my father, who served as the second president of TWAS from 1996 to 2000, succeeding the founding president, Professor Abdus Salam. Before I continue, I would like to express my family's gratitude to his friend, Dr. Mohamed Hassan, who was the executive director of TWAS at the time and worked closely with my father. Thank you for your thoughtful message following my father's passing last May. I have taken the liberty of using some excerpts regarding the impact of his contribution to strengthening TWAS. I will start by summarizing his career. José Israel Vargas graduated in chemistry from the Federal University of Minas Gerais, studied physics at the Technological Institute of Aeronautics, and earned his PhD in nuclear chemistry from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. He became professor at his alma mater, where he led the Institute of Radioactive Research. In the early 1960s, he played a key role in shaping the country's nuclear energy policy. Following the 1964 military coup in Brazil, he was removed from his university post and dismissed from his position at the International Atomic Energy Agency. He accepted a position with the Center for Nuclear Studies in Grenoble, France, where he pursued an active research agenda. Upon his return to Brazil in 1972, he was appointed to various research and administrative positions that showcased his extensive talents in both science and administration. He played a central role in shaping science and technology policy in his own state, Minas Gerais, and in Brazil. In the mid-80s, after leaving government service, he returned to academia. He became actively involved with the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, where he served for over a decade as vice president and then president. During this time, he represented Brazil at UNESCO as the chief delegate to the executive board, where he also served as chairman. It was in this role that he had the opportunity to get to know Abdul Salam personally. The two men shared similar views on the importance of collaboration among developing nations to enhance scientific capacity and address common challenges. They also recognized the critical role of science in fostering a more equitable and prosperous world. This shared vision of science and development certainly spurred Vargas's involvement with TWAS. He was elected as a fellow of TWAS in 1988. He became its vice president in 1992, and after Salam's passing in 1996, he was elected president. It was a critical period for the organization. TWAS faced two pressing challenges: the need to enhance its visibility and influence in Latin America, bringing it on par with its well-established presence in Asia and Africa, and the necessity to mobilize the governmental support for the newly launched TWAS Endowment Fund. As Brazil's Minister of Science and Technology at the government of Fernando Henrique Cardoso, also a TWS member, he used his influence and extensive network to greatly enhance the Academy's prominence throughout the region. Additionally, under his leadership, the TWAS General Conference took place in Rio de Janeiro in 1997, marking the first time this event was hosted in Latin America. I found this photograph that shows the opening ceremony of this conference. Vargas's tenure was also marked by significant progress in securing permanent funding from the Italian government for TWAS through UNESCO, as well as a renewed effort to expand the Academy's endowment. By successfully securing Brazil's contribution to the TWAS Endowment Fund, he inspired similar support from several other countries. Vargas also dedicated significant effort to increasing the Academy's visibility in international and economic development circles, broadening TWAS's focus from building scientific capacity to also addressing science policy. In his own words, TWAS was conceived as a scintillating idea. That idea, I'm convinced, will continue to light the way in the years and decades ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by acknowledging that throughout his long and distinguished career, my father relied on the unwavering support of his beloved wife, Aristela Domingues Vargas. My family and I sincerely thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. I know that we are a little bit late, but I have to share a story with myself. I didn't know Professor José Israel Vargas at all. But one day, I received a message, an email message in 2007, so 10 years after these events that Maria told us, and I received a message offering me a wonderful fellowship to go to the United States for 2 months, all paid, and I immediately deleted it because I thought it was a spam, signed by José Israel Vargas. The next day, I received a call. He said, "Garoto," he said, "Kid, what are you doing? I am offering you a fellowship and you are not accepting." So it was real. He didn't knew me. I never met him before, but he was identified young talents in order to fulfill good opportunities. So this is the kind of personality of a person that really helped TWAS a lot. Let me call now the next video. We have the pleasure to have a video by CNR Rao from India, the TWAS president from 2000 to 2006. He sent us very nicely a very nice message as well.
Good morning. I'm reading this message from Professor C.N.R. Rao. Welcome to the dedicated session of TWAS 40th anniversary held at Rio de Janeiro. To plan, to face the challenges that TWAS is likely to have in the next 4 decades. Challenges that are old as well as newer challenges. I have been a founding member of TWAS along with late Professor Abdul Salam. It was founded in Trieste, and we worked together to establish a world order where science is the birthright of every human being and not just the preserve of a few privileged nations. Abdul Salam had far-reaching vision of a world order where women would take their rightful place as well as every country under the sun. I wish to pay my homage to Professor Abdul Salam, late Professor Abdul Salam, for his far-reaching vision in the foreseeing the world order that was likely to emerge. We have had a glorious run in the TWAS with many of us trying to make Abdul Salam's dream a reality. And today we are meeting here at Rio de Janeiro to celebrate the 40th anniversary of TWAS. TWAS will face newer challenges and newer destinations, and we are very sure that we'll be able to establish a new order where equality will be the theme. Thank you very much.
Long live TWAS. It's really nice to see all the support that TWAS has been having in the last 40 years. Now I would like to call Marcelo Viana, Director of IMPA Brazil, in memory of Professor Jacob Palles, who also passed away this year. He was the TWAS president from 2007 to 2012.
Jacob Palles was born in 1940 in the city of Uberaba in the Brazilian state of Minas Gerais. He was 22 when he graduated from the School of Engineering here in Rio de Janeiro, and he immediately moved to California to become a PhD student under the advice of Stephen Smale, Fields Medalist in 1966. At the end of his PhD in 1967, Jacob was facing the perspective of a brilliant career in the United States, and instead, he boldly decided to come back to a country that at the time had not a lot to offer, such a brilliant young person, but he had a vision of contributing to developing high-level research in mathematics in the country. And in many aspects, his vision is fulfilled today. He was, for the whole of his career, a researcher at my institute, the Institute for Pure and Applied Mathematics, IMPA, of which he was the director from 1993 to 2003. And it's fair to say that this was a period during which IMPA solidified its standing as a world-class research center in mathematics. Jacob himself was a world leader in the field of dynamical systems, a field that he and many other students of Stephen Smale helped develop, and of which has been said he shaped during his tenure as a research mathematician. He supervised 41 doctoral students, and his academic descendants, students, etc., are counted in the hundreds. He received numerous awards, distinctions, decorations, and I must say that among all of those distinctions, he was particularly proud and particularly fond of having been distinguished with the 2019 Spirit of Abdul Salam Award. He shared many of the ideals of Abdul Salam, as he often told me. He was the member of many academies of sciences and received honorary degrees from universities and other institutions around the world. He was, of course, the president of TWAS from 2007 to 2012. He was the president of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences from 2007 to 2016. He presided over the International Mathematical Union from 1999 to 2002, and he was the vice president of the ICSU, International Council for Science, from 1996 to 1999. It is also fair to say that he left his imprint in all of these institutions that he led, and there are two aspects of his personality that I think are clear in what he did when he was leading such institutions. His inflexible commitment to quality, to excellence in science is one of those aspects, and his openness to the youth, to promoting young people in our domain. It is not a coincidence that the concept of affiliate member was introduced in the bylaws of both the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and TWAS during his tenure as president of those academies. All of this is very important, but only tells us a part of the story, only shows us an angle of the person. So I want to give voice to two of Jacco's colleagues, mathematicians from his generation, and by quoting what they wrote to me short after Jacco passed away in May 2025. David Mumford from Brown University, a Fields Medal laureate who was also president of the International Mathematical Union, wrote to me, Jacco was a wonderful person with the ability to make things happen in the world of mathematics, and he was a fantastic friend. Dennis Sullivan from the City University of New York, one of the greatest topologists of our time, wrote, Jacco inspired others to learn about dynamical systems. He made good things happen with good feelings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now we have also the honor to receive a video from Chun-Li Bai, China. He was the TWAS president from 2013 to 2018. Video.
Distinguished President Kwarsa Abdul Karim, dear TWAS fellows and young affiliates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, please allow me to begin by extending my warmest congratulations on the 40th anniversary of the TWAS and the 70th TWAS General Conference. Reflecting on my tenure as a fifth TWAS president from 2013 to 2018 fills me with great honor and cherished memories. During those years, we stood united in our mission to advance TWAS's vision, a partnership marked by shared dedication and collective effort. We expanded the geographical representation of the TWAS Fellowship dramatically, growing from 91 countries in 2012 to 104 countries by 2016. The establishment of the TWAS Lenovo Prize motivated countless scientists to contribute to global scientific progress. The KAI's TWAS President's Fellowship Program, signed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and TWAS in 2013, supported more than 1,200 students from developing countries pursuing PhD degree at KAI's by 2019. This initiative has cultivated a new generation of exceptional scientific talent and equipped those scholars to drive innovation and development in their home countries. A particularly landmark decision was our move to host the 26th TWAS General Meeting in Austria in 2015. Professor Anton Zellinger, TWAS Fellow, then President of the Austrian Academy of Sciences and the 2022 Nobel Prize laureate, made a great contribution to the meeting. With no doubt, this significant step symbolized TWAS's openness and adaptability, fostering North-South scientific cooperation. I'm also deeply honored to have been awarded the TWAS Abdul Salam Medal in 2022. This recognition is not only a personal privilege, but also a testament to TWAS' enduring spirit of the encouragement and international scientific cooperation. Today, as we gather under the theme, Building a Sustainable Future, the role of science, technology, and innovation in global development, we are confronting an urgent global imperative. I sincerely hope TWAS will keep on upholding its founding principles while embracing innovation. I am confident that through our collective efforts, TWAS will continue to thrive as a bridge connecting scientists worldwide and contribute to the sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now, let me call Professor Romain Murenzi, the TWAS Executive Director from 2011 to 2023. I would like to publicly acknowledge the great contributions he made for the organization, and it's a pleasure to have him here also to give his views on TWAS. Please, Romain.
Dear colleagues of the World Academy of Sciences, dear staff of TWAS present here and in Trieste, it is a great honor for me to be here today. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and the TWAS Secretariat for inviting me to contribute to this session on 40th TWAS anniversary, looking ahead. I'm also deeply grateful for their generous support of my participation in this general meeting, where we celebrate 4 decades of our academy under the theme Building a Sustainable Future, the role of science, technology, and innovation for global development. I also thank the chair of the Department of Physics at Worcester Polytechnic Institute for accommodating my teaching assignment this semester, which allowed me to attend this week's meeting here and last week Quantum Africa meeting in Kenitra, Morocco. Dear colleagues, I had the privilege of serving as executive director of TWAS for 11 of those 40 years, from 2011 to 2023, excluding the period during which I served as director of the Division for Science Policy and Capacity Building at UNESCO headquarters. The mission of strengthening science capacity in developing countries, particularly in the least developed nations, has been both challenging and deeply rewarding. Together with TWAS staff and our partners, we achieved some significant milestones, surpassing 1,000 doctoral graduation through the South-South PhD Fellowship Program within a decade, expanding the scope of and impact of research grants, enhancing scientific mobility across South-South, North-South collaborations, establishing the now thriving Science Diplomacy Program, increasing the TWAS Endowment Fund to ensure long-term sustainability, establishing TIAN, TWAS Young Affiliate Network in Kigali, Rwanda, change of the name of TWAS from the Academy of Science for the Developing World to the World Academy of Science for Advancing Science in the Developing World, extending TWAS to the global north by establishing the 6th region of TWAS, the global north. And finally, first woman president of TWAS. These accomplishments were made possible thanks to the dedication of our staff, many of whom are present here today, and the unwavering support of visionary leaders. I have had the privilege of standing on the shoulder of giants that you just, some of them here, individuals who understood the transformative power of science for development, both at national and community levels. Science as a tool for international cooperation and a bridge during times of conflict. I would like to acknowledge a few of these remarkable individuals that you saw already here as I had an opportunity to engage with them. Professor Mohamed Hassan, the late Jacob Palace. Jacob Palace traveled with me from Rio to Brasilia to meet Minister Mercadante, Minister of Education and Science at the time. Actually, the week I spent here, he went with me everywhere. Actually, he was really dedicated to the academy. Sienna Rao, Chunli Bai, Quraish Abdul Karim, Shirley Malcolm, Minister Naledi Pandor, Remy Quirion, and Miss Immaculata Panone, among others. Dear colleagues, we were also fortunate to receive support from policy makers and the decision makers across the globe. Ministers of science in Argentina, Brazil, China, India, South Africa, Sultanate of Oman, Germany, Pakistan. Leadership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy, UNESCO, SIDA Sweden, DFG Germany, AAAS USA, KFAS Kuwait, CNPq Brazil, Comstec Pakistan, FAPES Sao Paulo, Islamic Development Bank, Elsevier Foundation, the Austrian Academy of Sciences, and the Lounsbury Foundation, and without forgetting the President of Rwanda, to name just a few. Looking ahead, we face many challenges, but none are insurmountable. In this context, fundraising will be essential to overcome them. This responsibility, I mean the task of fundraising, does not rest solely on the shoulder of the TWAS president, the executive director, or the team in Trieste. It is a shared duty, one that belongs to all of us, the fellows of the academy, because this is our academy. Let us mobilize ourselves, not just as the 1,400 fellows, but our global network of PhD graduate, science diplomat, research grant recipient, TWAS Young Affiliate alumni. Together, we can rise to meet these challenges. I leave you with the inspiring motto of the Clark Atlanta University, where I spent my first decade in the United States in 1992 to 2001 before going to be Minister of Rwanda. It says, I will find a way or make one. I wish to TWAS another 40 years and hoping I live until 106 to see it. I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, now we are almost there. We have, I know after this session I'm feeling the weight of the legacy is a little bit stronger. So now we will have our President, Karaisha Abdul Karim, to talk about the challenges for the future. But I will ask before she can end the session, but before I have an announcement. As we are late, we can, after the session, we can go directly to the welcome cocktail. It will be in Segovia, floor 2, so we have to go up. I think everyone here deserves a caipirinha after this long day. So, Karaisha, she will talk about the perspectives for the future from the legacy from the past. So thank you very much, Karaisha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcelo. So Marcelo has reminded me that I am standing between you and your caipirinha. So I could say, let's go off and start. But I think the celebration of 40 years of TWAS has been really very special because it started 3 years ago, and this is really the culmination of it. And I think what we've heard this afternoon from, fortunately, we have several people who were there right at the beginning, like Professor Mohammed Hassan, Ron Sinlesia, and others. And we're really blessed to have them right here in our midst and to get firsthand from them of what this 40-year journey has been like from the beginning to now. And I was going to say, but let me just say it because Romain said it just now, is that all of us are really riding on the shoulders of giants. And it's a real blessing, and that we're grateful to have that. People who have been completely altruistic, very focused in their vision of the use of science in service to humanity, of scientific excellence in an uncompromising way, and to really see this possibility of science, technology, and innovation uplifting communities. So science, not just for the sake of science, knowledge generation, not just for the sake of knowledge generation, but to actually leave the world a better place. And while we have many challenges and a long way to go before we close all of those gaps, I think we are seeing increasingly countries in the global south who now have knowledge-based economies and have shifted from resource-intensive traditional ways. And we've seen how those countries are benefiting and how the communities are benefiting. I was also impressed with the negotiation skills of my predecessors and their ability to fundraise. I think we need to have a special class, Marcelo, in how to do this and make it open to all of the TWAS fellows. Certainly a different way of operating. But also what we see in that way of operating is the very strong bonds that are formed, the partnerships, friendships, and relationships. And I think in this world where we live and with very sometimes narrow goals, we forget the importance of friendships, relationships, and partnerships, and investing in that. So I don't think, as the 7th TWAS president, as I think ahead, I'm going to change too much of what we already have. We still need science. We need science that's a public good, and public good that benefits humanity. We have challenges. We still have many countries that still don't have science academies, and science academies are an important way of consolidating and building that critical mass to lead evidence-based decision-making. Many of our countries in the global south have young populations, and the youth are our asset, and not just an asset for the global south, but actually an asset for the world. Because in the rest of the world, particularly in the more industrialized and developed countries, what we have is aging populations. So the youth from the global south are actually the present and the future. And our investments in young affiliates, going beyond our investments in training doctoral students, in terms of supporting early investigators, to what we see today as youth leadership in science. Our new executive director comes from that cohort of young affiliates and that network, and you will see throughout this meeting the important role being played by Tian, and it assures us that this is a solid investment that will pay dividends for everyone, every way. Their vision, their initiative, and their ability not to take no, but to persevere and persist are all good traits as we move forward. A big part of what TWAS has been able to accomplish is about the visibility of women in science. And not only do we have a woman president, but half of our council is women. When you think about long-established academies across the world, particularly those that are over 400 years old, they've only very recently started admitting women scientists in the academy, and they still have a long way to go before we can start talking about parity at leadership level. So this, what you see, as you know, we've had 6 male presidents before I became a president, is an extension of that vision and the ability to see science and the totality of science, and that excluding half the world's population is a luxury that we cannot afford. And we can afford that less and less as we tackle the convergence of many, many complex challenges that we have all coming together at this point. I mentioned some of that earlier in the day. Now, if we think about what TWAS has been doing and doing really well is electing the best scientists in the global south, a few from the global north. But these scientists be closer, as you will learn tomorrow, to 1,500 scientists. They not just any scientists, they're really the best scientists across 10 subject disciplines. And I want to come back and mainly talk about that collective brains trust that we have, and what do we do about it. We've heard about from several of the presentations the way TWAS recognizes scientific excellence with awards. And there are many awards by subject category, by contributions that's changing the world and making a huge impact. We also have several of our fellows who have external recognition, receiving the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in food security, or in climate change, or in mathematics, and more. You've heard, we have many programs, and this is a really big part that takes up a large part of the time of the Secretariat in Trieste, which is managing the 60-odd programs where we offer traineeships and support early stage investigators, and very actively try and close the age and gender gap. And then we also at this moment, as we've heard a few times today, in the era of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, some would say, is smoke and mirrors, but I think what we're seeing is more and more how it's already with the digital platforms and the unaffordability of data and poor connectivity, we're seeing large digital divides, particularly in low-income countries. The gaps that we're closing are starting to widen again, and we also have to caution against this new era of generative AI, machine learning, large language models, that we try and ensure that we use those technologies to leapfrog us. And we hope with the new subject category, more nominations, task force being set up, that we can change that trajectory and move forward. I think many of us sitting in the room in an age range where we're thinking we can slow down and spend time with grandchildren, gardening, maybe playing some golf. But we have to learn a lot about these new technologies and how they can help us move forward and accelerate progress. But I think in the past year or two, maybe even 5 years ago, the first anthropological rupture we experienced was COVID-19. I think some of us still have post-traumatic stress disorder, even thinking about lockdowns, thinking about vaccines, thinking about loss of loved ones, and we lost a lot of fellows during that period, is the fragility. On the one hand, how we are so interconnected and we have a shared vulnerability. On the other hand, we have seen how we co-created 6 vaccines in less than a year, and then the old enemy reared its head in terms of equitable access. And increasing what we've seen, and most poignantly in the last year or two, a shift in geopolitics, a return of authoritarianism, and a real fundamental threat to truth and the suppression of free thought and sharing of that knowledge. We've seen the persecution of journalists. We've seen the weaponization of journalists in wars and conflicts. We see a lot of challenges around our ability at a most important time in our history, where science potentially could bring hope and be used to unite rather than divide us. We are seeing growing divisions. We are seeing leaders from important countries touting things that we know are factually incorrect. We are seeing realities being created that's so far from actual fact and truth. And our role as scientists, as custodians and gatekeepers and visionaries of the future is going to be called upon in a very different way. In more recent years, we've seen shifts for particularly governments and politicians asking for scientists to be chief science advisors, to move to science evidence-based decision-making. And what we've also seen is the misuse of evidence and the politicization of evidence to meet other needs and alternatives. So what's going to be called upon us at a time like right now is for us as scientists, the close to 1,500 fellows who represent the best scientists in the global south, our voices to be heard, our ability to speak power, truth to power, and stand up for what is right, to ensure the dignity of all people everywhere. So I'm generally an optimist, but I wake up these days feeling really in crisis mode. We need institutions that are not going to be at the whim and fancy and the call of who pays them. We need resilient organizations and institutions, and particularly scientific academies that are able to speak truth to power, who are able to stand up and be counted. And so some of the our job is not going to get any easier. But what we do need to do is to be better prepared. And I think amongst us, we have good science communicators. Amongst us, we have good diplomats. We've had training to work on the one half, which is how to influence policy, how to make informed and evidence-based policies. But that policy and that value and utility of the knowledge we generate is meaningless if it doesn't change the lives. It doesn't benefit the people who need to benefit most from that knowledge being generated. That is what impactful science is. We have to move how we think, how we communicate, and how we share knowledge, so that doesn't just belong to us, but belongs to everyone. How do we enable the public? How do we enable all communities? How do we enable society to understand the importance of science, to own that science, to be part of creating that knowledge that addresses both local challenges, but also global challenges? How do we ensure that that public appreciates when their money is being paid towards taxes, that governments that we elect are held accountable for investing in science and technology, in knowledge generation, and that they're held accountable for ensuring that their money is not squirreled in corrupt ways, but actually gets to benefit all people who live in every country, in every part of this world. So, as you think about your caipirinha, and we go to enjoy some wonderful music from Brazil, I want each of us to think about how are we, as the cream of the cream of scientists in the global south, and our dear friends from the global north, who are also part of the World Academy of Science and have been good friends and partners and collaborators, can work together. How can each of us, what is it that each of us can do? What can each of us do on our own? What can each of us do collectively to really shine and realize the vision of the founders of TWAS, not just in the next 40 years, but right now, today, when we have so many challenges facing us, that every bit counts. And if for 1 minute you think that you are an insignificant small person, I'll quote an African proverb, you have not spent a night with a mosquito. So think about that and know that each of us have power, and how do we use that power to bring change, to realize the vision of the founders of TWAS, and for all of us to take our place in the world, to leave it a better place. Thank you very much.